We're on the record in 231-500-139, State of Utah versus KOURI Richins. Counsel for the state and the defense are present. Ms. Richins is present. May we begin by confirming whether or not there's any legal discussion we need to have regarding the text message excerpt that the defense offered during cross-examination of Detective O'Driscoll at the end of the day yesterday.
Yes. Yes, Your Honor, I think we do. May I stay seated so I can read my...
Of course.
Okay. Just 1 second. Let me pull it up.
If we can all look at it at the same time, I'd appreciate it, Katie.
Are you pulling up the Celebrate one or the... Okay. So it's up on the screen right now. So it starts with Bates number state, STATE, 0335281. And this was produced to us before the state went through and updated the time. So this is on UTC time instead of Mountain Time.
Okay.
At some point in this case, and there have been so many supplemental, I think we're on our 10th exhibit list. I think we're, anyway, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of alterations and substitutions. But this is the one we got before they had changed the UTC time, which was confusing to everybody. And so they went back and redid that. This version, they had not changed it yet to Mountain Time. This is a consecutively numbered, Bates numbered document. There's no pages missing. This is coming from a Celebrite extraction of Eric's phone that was seized by Mr. O'Driscoll. We just found the Celebrite and extracted by Miss Gibson.
Can you show me the Celebrite
Yes,
version
sir.
of
We
this?
are. We can, and we're pulling it up right now.
It's a very big file, so what I've done is I've emailed Katie the cover page, and then I'm working on the box download, so she could download it. Right.
Forgive me. And this is a nuts and bolts question.
Sure.
And forgive my ignorance. I'm looking at one page that shows 3 text messages total.
Right.
Typically, these are a complete string that has a Celebrite header. Where is that version of this text?
So not all of the ones we've introduced in this trial have the Celebrite header. Only some of them, not all of them.
I don't know if, is that true? I thought
That's
all
true.
of them had the
No.
Celebrite header.
No, that is not true.
Hold on, let's pause there for a second, because I think that's how we've been laying foundation for the admission of them so far. Foundation.
Right.
Mr. Bloodworth, is my memory correct? Unless they came from, we've had CDR-related metadata regarding text messages. We've had some non-bubble related or non-bubble depicted cell messages that have come out of other extractions. But in terms of blue and green bubbles, I thought all of them had a Celebrite header.
Yeah, I believe that's right, Your Honor. If we prepared an exhibit that comes from a Celebrite extraction, it has the Celebrite header.
Right.
There's others where we just, we've got texts from other means. Somebody sent us forwarded as text, right?
Right.
But if
Screenshots, for example.
correct,
Yeah.
if it comes from a Celebrite extraction, as best I recall, it has the Celebrite header.
Okay. And Ms. Nestor, I'll give you the record back here in a second, but it's also unclear to me, is this 3 text messages that we're talking about, are they part of a larger exchange that has already been admitted?
So these are all the text messages he had with KOURI on the day he passed, on the 3rd.
On the 3rd or the 4th?
He died early morning in the 4th, so it's from the 3rd.
Okay. These 3 bubbles are the sum total of their text traffic on the 3rd?
No, we have more than 3. There's, just a minute. There's a couple pages to it. it's the last set of text that they, there's multiple, see, that's the second page. And, yeah. And that's the last text that they had between the two of them before.
Can you go to that one, please? Katie, can you blow up the third one on that sheet? So, as I understand it, among other objections that the state may have, the first one is foundation, correct, Mr. Bloodworth?
Yes, so that's the threshold objection.
Right. And as I understood it yesterday, the foundation objection was, this is not what it purports to be because the daytime information is inaccurate,
Well,
correct?
Your Honor, the state's question as to whether this is what it purports to be, the genesis of that is that I noticed that the time is not corrected, and I would expect for the Celebrate downloads that we have authenticated and laid foundation for, the time change is baked in.
Consistent across the board.
Consistent across the board.
Right.
So the fact that this is still in UTC -5 instead of UTC -6 or 7 just caused me to question where this came from, which Celebrate download it came from, and I still don't know.
So that brings us to, is there a version of this that has the Cellbrite header?
that's what's on the screen right now.
And so if you would scroll through this extraction report and show me where it includes the portions that you want to use with this witness, just so we're all on the same page.
Just give us a second.
No problem.
It's very long, so we have to go right to it. Just give us just 1 minute.
No problem.
Now we're gonna have an issue with that.
Oh, are you on a Mac? Oh, God. Our millennial has a Mac, so it may take a second.
Well, this discussion doesn't need to be had with me on the record in front of everybody. If you can have it with each other first and then distill down what the dispute is, if any, regarding foundation.
Yeah,
I
sure.
understand there may be other objections that we have to get into.
And perhaps, Your Honor, we could work parallel while they're seeking out the foundation information. We could address, well, a couple things. I think it's hearsay, as best I can tell. These are conversations between the defendant and Eric Richins. The state's further objection is that it's beyond the scope of the direct.
Let's handle those one at a time.
Okay.
Ms. Nestor, regarding hearsay, your client's statements are hearsay if they're offered by you.
Right.
Eric Richins' statements are categorically hearsay if they're offered for the truth.
Right.
What is the non-hearsay purpose of these particular text messages?
So we are actually not interested at all in what is being said, and we could do an instruction to that, excuse me, to that effect. What we are trying to get in with this exhibit is a photograph that was sent on the day before. Technically, Eric died on the 3rd. And that was sent the day before. That is connected to the GIFs, whatever you say, that all got accessed the next morning at 8:30, which the state is making a big deal out of and mentioned in their opening and has called witnesses about it.
Provide a little more context. What is the photograph of and who is it sent by?
The photograph is sent by Eric to KOURI on the 3rd from when and there's been testimony that's come in that he was out there spreading gravel to make it look nice for the closing or whatever. And he sends her a picture of it while he's there, before he gets home that night. That is one of the pictures that is connected to the GIFs that were accessed, the orphan GIFs, the next morning at 8:40 as soon as the police leave. And they're trying to make it seem like Corey was celebrating he died with these happy GIFs. And it's connected because that picture was, the implication that's being made is that those GIFs were being sent or accessed or sent by or to Corey the morning Eric died, when actually the picture that was also accessed at the exact same time came from the day before. So it doesn't mean that. And that's what we're
Okay.
trying to explain to the jury. All I care about is the non-testimonial section of the interaction that shows he sent a picture on the 3rd, and that's one of these pictures that was accessed with these GIFs at the exact same time, and it was sent the day before. And that's all we're trying to do. We don't care about what's in the bubbles. We can black out what's in the bubbles. I don't care.
Why are you doing this through Detective O'Driscoll? Why didn't you do it through Mr. Kotradimos? I'm not sure Mr. O'Driscoll or Detective O'Driscoll has the ability to testify to any of what you just said.
Well, he testified that he reviewed Eric's communications the day before he died. He did testify to that.
Right, but this goes well beyond that and is far more technical.
All I'm asking him to do is say, did you see he sent her a picture the day before? The rest of it we'll do separately.
But that's not necessary foundation for the argument that you're trying to make. This is a technical metadata-based argument that I understand why defendant believes it's relevant, and I'm not suggesting it's not. I'm just not sure it's this witness.
I'm not going to ask him about any of the metadata. I'm going to say, did you look at Eric's phone the day before? Did he send this picture to Corey? That's all I'm asking. Nothing fancy, nothing technical. He said he reviewed Eric's phone, that he looked at his communications. And we can even take out the metadata and just show the picture. That's all I
Without the
care about.
metadata, the picture is not relevant.
Well, the
You need the date and time.
We have that. No, we do need the date and time, but I'm talking about the, I thought there was more information on the bottom of those things, and we can
Why
take
are we
that.
doing this through Detective O'Driscoll rather than through another witness that can testify regarding the relationship between the file path for the GIFs and the file path for this photograph?
Because he reviewed it and saw it. I mean, I think he can testify to it.
You can't testify to any of the technical relationship that you're asking for.
Correct, and we're not asking for that. That's all we're asking him is to say that the picture was sent the 3rd. That's all I need him to say, and he knows that because he reviewed it, so he's capable.
He knows what he saw. How does
Right.
he know that the picture was sent the day before?
Because it's on the face of it.
But then it's coming in for the truth, right? And so
But that's not testimonial evidence.
I agree. So if it's not testimonial and it's on the face of the text message, what difference does it make that Jeff O'Driscoll reviewed it? I'm not suggesting you can't get the evidence in. I just don't understand why it's coming in through this witness.
This is the witness we would like to bring it in through.
I don't know that this witness has foundation to give you the testimony you're asking for. What's the question you're going to ask?
I already asked him. I said, did you review Eric Richins' communications the day that he died? And he said yes.
Okay, and then what's the next question you're going to ask?
Is this picture, was it involved in what he sent the day he died? That's all I'm asking.
You just want a yes or a no?
Yeah. I'm
Is
not
that-
asking him for any
I'm not sure that's
technical.
even a dispute. Go ahead, Mr. Bloodworth.
Let's never come out before on any other witness.
Okay, but go ahead, Mr. Bloodworth.
I didn't have anything, Your Honor.
Okay. Is there any objection to him just saying yes or no to that question?
If the, yes or no to the question of, did he review Eric Richins' text messages from the,
I think that's already been answered, yes or
okay,
no.
yes. Then what's the follow-up?
Did Eric Richins send a picture as part of those text messages?
And so if,
And if Detective O'Driscoll says, based on my review, he did, period.
I still don't know if that is sufficient foundation to admit this.
Well, I'm not sure it's going to be admitted. I just think they're trying to lay foundation, I guess. Did you want to publish the photograph, Ms. Nestor?
I do want to publish the photograph.
And tell me why the photograph is relevant?
Well, that photograph is already in as part of Exhibit 340, which
It's not in, but we've stipulated.
we've stipulated is coming in. next. But I just want to show it's the same picture. That's it.
And forgive me, you're referring to an exhibit that hasn't yet come in
We've stipulated to it. It's about to come in.
through,
O'Driscoll.
and what is 340?
It's the list of all the pictures that were accessed that morning at 8:35 a.m.
What,
Why don't we just do it in the reverse order then?
I can do that.
I mean, we can see, Your Honor, I still think there's a hearsay problem. Based on counsel's explanation now, I also think there's a relevancy objection. The photo that we've been discussing,
The gravel photo?
the gravel photo, was not accessed at 8:39. It was accessed at 10:42.
Well, this is a foundation question, but the premise of the question Ms. Nestor is seeking to ask is, was this photo among the communications or sent by Eric Richins to KOURI Richins on March 3rd, right?
Yes, sir.
Full stop. I don't think that's fairly in dispute, right? And I don't think that's a hearsay issue.
I think publication's a hearsay. The fact that any photo was sent is fine. I think if we get into the specific photo that was sent, there's a hearsay problem.
Are you taking the position that the photo is a statement?
Yes.
I'm not sure that follows without additional context. Just sending the photo it's evidence, it's a fact. I'm not sure it's a statement.
The statement is, I just dropped gravel at the Midway Mansion.
Well, I don't think any of that's coming in. It's just the photograph.
But that's what the photograph says.
I don't understand. Is there text on the photograph?
No, Your Honor, but the defense has, as part of their case, said that Eric Richins was into the Midway Mansion as evidenced by him dropping gravel.
I want to come back to what I understand is being proposed by Ms. Nestor through this witness. Detective O'Driscoll, did you review Eric Richins' text messages with KOURI Richins the day before he died, yes or no? I understand the answer to be yes. Did he send KOURI Richins a photograph as part of those text messages on March 3rd, yes or no? Yes. Is this the photograph that he sent? Full stop.
Oh, I'm fine with that. The only, I think there's a third option. It's not yes or no. It's I don't recall.
Oh, no, fair enough. I'm not telling you how to testify, and I don't know what he'll say. But as long as you don't go beyond that, Ms. Nestor, and as long as you don't make any representations regarding time, date is fine.
Great.
Then we don't have a foundation problem. We don't have a statement that would be subject to the hearsay rule. I think the low bar regarding relevance is met in as much as the defense seems to be laying foundation or an argument to come later regarding when images and file paths on Ms. Richins' phone were accessed. Any other nuances here, Ms. Nestor?
I don't think so.
Do you understand, do we have a common understanding of the limits of what you can ask Detective
Absolutely.
O'Driscoll without drawing another objection?
Absolutely.
Do you have an image of just the photograph?
I do, but I think if it's out of context, he won't, it's too hard for him to, I mean, I think it needs
You
to be.
can't show the text messages without provoking the hearsay problem.
No, not to the jury, just to refresh.
Oh, that's
Because I think it's gotta be, he's not gonna know, it's just gonna be a weird picture.
understood.
Should we just go ahead
Are
and?
you going to publish the photo to the jury, though?
No.
Oh, okay.
So, we could just go ahead and admit 340 now, because then the next question is gonna be, is this the same photo that is in this picture right here? And then we're done. Is this the same photo?
This is not a question for me. It's a question for Mr. Bloodworth.
No objection to admitting 340.
Okay.
I don't know that, now there's the follow-on. Is this the same photo? That is akin to publishing the photo that brings up the hearsay problem.
You've made a record regarding the state's position that the photograph by itself is a statement subject to the hearsay rule. I'm not persuaded.
Okay.
And so, however, I don't know that just admitting 340 without providing the jury any testimony to provide foundation for context is going to be helpful.
I'll do
So
it.
is
I'll
somebody
do
going
it.
to tell them what 340 is?
I'll do it through him. I'll just do it through him.
Okay.
That's fine. We do have one other, if we're resolved with this. I think we're all clear. I know what I can ask and what I can't. I think we're fine.
Okay.
There's another issue. May I bring it up?
Please.
All right. I really need Officer O'Driscoll to leave the courtroom when we talk about this, because it's
Oh.
about specific questions.
No problem. Detective, if you'd take a step into the lobby, please don't talk to anybody while you're out there, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. I'm doing this out of an abundance of caution to avoid any potential. I'm trying to be very careful to comply with the court's ruling on the motion in limine that, or not the motion in limine, the motion to admit the statements of David Norris. So,
Not.
correct.
Yeah.
Our motion to admit that was denied.
Yes.
So, just to make the record, the defense sought in advance to get approval to, or actually, we gave notice to the state that we intended to call a witness named Mr. Norris, who would testify if called, that on an occasion in 2019, I believe, in 2019, he had an encounter with Eric Richins where Eric Richins asked him if he had any fentanyl. He had corroboration for the interaction, not the statement, but the interaction with Mr. Richins, specifically the check that Mr. Richins had given him, the date it had cleared his checking account, and the invoice for the work he had done for him.
Or for Corey, but
Correct. The court did, the reason we were trying to introduce that statement, we were trying to get it through the catch-all exception to hearsay.
the residual.
The residual, I'm sorry, I call it catch-all, same thing. The residual exception to the hearsay rule, which requires a head notice, which we did give. The state objected to that coming in. The court ruled upon it, did the analysis under the residual exception, and made a finding that the defense could not call Mr. Norris to the stand to testify because the residual hearsay exception requirements were not met. It is my desire with this witness to ask him the following 4 questions about his investigation. And it touches on Mr. Norris's testimony, but it's a separate matter. But I just, out of abundance of caution, I am giving you a heads up. So the first question is this. You discussed with Mr. Bloodworth yesterday that the way you approached this investigation was to look for evidence based on 3 possible scenarios: an accidental overdose, a suicide, or a murder, correct? Question number 2. And in order to properly investigate whether there was an accidental overdose, certainly any allegations that Eric had a prior history of seeking fentanyl would be potentially relevant and important to look into, correct?
Pause there for 1 second. I got to write.
I'm sorry, I do have these if you want me to email them to you.
No, it's okay. Just
Okay.
give me a moment.
No worries.
Was it prior allegations that Eric?
Any allegations that Eric had a prior history of seeking fentanyl would be potentially relevant and important to look into, correct?
Got it.
And this is the next question. Within the past few months, did your team of investigators become aware that there was an individual contacting the Summit County Sheriff's Department who wanted to share with the investigative team information about an incident where Eric allegedly asked someone for fentanyl? Want me to read that again?
Sure.
and within the past few months, did your team of investigators become aware that there was an individual contacting the Summit County Sheriff's Department who wanted to share with the investigative team information about an incident where Eric allegedly asked someone for fentanyl? And then there's one more question. Let me know when you're ready, Your Honor.
Sheriff investigative team, give me the last clause one more time.
Who wanted to share with the investigative team information about an incident where Eric allegedly asked someone for fentanyl.
Okay.
And the final question is, did you or anyone else connected to the investigative team ever sit down with this individual and talk to them? Did you make any efforts to see if this individual was credible or had corroborating evidence to back up their claims? And that's it.
Mr. Blood.
No objection to the first question. Objections to the next three. This is a transparent attempt to circumvent the court's 807 ruling regarding Mr. Norris by casting some sort of inference that what Mr. Norris would have testified to is admissible. This setup has been long in the making. After the court issued its 807 ruling, Mr. Norris called the Summit County Sheriff's Office. Deputies interviewed him, and he said he was calling on behalf of, or he was calling because defense counsel told him he should call.
Maybe just pause here for a moment. I don't know that we need to go into any of that. I understand part of your objection to be a lack of foundation.
That is the beginning, Your Honor.
I think that's the beginning and the end of the discussion. There's no foundation for the premise of your questions 2, 3, and 4.
I'm sorry, but I don't understand. We have been produced a report from the Summit County Sheriff's Department confirming this call was made and confirming that there was no interview of this individual. It goes not to the credibility of the individual, it goes to the credibility of the investigation that they chose never to even speak to him.
There is no foundation for the premise of your question. It's as if you could make up any set of facts and put them in the question. If there's no foundation, it can't be the premise of the question.
I'm sorry, but I don't understand what you mean by there's no there is validation from the state that this call happened.
It's not that did you interview a person named David Norris. It's the substance that is the premise of the question. There is no foundation for the premise that Eric had a prior history of seeking fentanyl.
But that's not the way the question is worded. The question is worded, is someone contacting you, asking to give you information about it, and you refuse to interview them?
That's not the question you asked. Read the whole question.
In order to properly investigate...
No. Go to number 2.
That is number 2.
My apologies.
And in order to properly investigate whether there was an accidental overdose, certainly any allegations, not facts, not nothing, just an allegation, that Eric had a prior history of seeking fentanyl would be potentially relevant and important to look into, correct?
Let me ask it this way. What would your response be if Mr. Bloodworth got up and said, certainly, detective, you investigated whether Hayden Jeffs had done all the stuff that I've excluded in my ruling regarding Hayden Jeffs? Would you be like, no problem, you can say that?
That's a fair question.
It would be reversible error for me to allow that question. There were 2 residual exception rulings in this case. Let's be fair about it.
Right. That's absolutely correct. So is there a way, if we scrub out the reference to fentanyl and we don't get into the specifics of exactly what was said, because I understand their concern about that and the court's concern, which is why we raised this in advance, which is why I'm trying to do the right thing here.
I appreciate it.
If we just said that an individual contacted them with information about an interaction with Eric involving drugs, illicit street drugs, and they chose not to investigate it at all, it does go to they've set forth this hypothesis that, well, we eliminated all other possibilities. And that's just not true. They didn't eliminate all other possibilities because they chose not to interview at least one person that clearly would have supported the first hypothesis, that he ingested it intentionally. So that's all I'm trying to get in. I am trying to get that in.
You may be trying to get a little bit more in.
Well, as much as I can possibly get in.
Fair enough.
But I do think it's fair game to say, look, you've got someone coming to your office saying he tried to buy drugs from me, and I want to be interviewed, and they are like, no, thank you. I think I'm entitled to get that in, and I'm willing to do it in the most ethical, careful, reliable, non-inferential way possible, but I do believe that's fair game. And I'm open to suggestions. Whatever I need to do.
These 4 questions are not it, Mr. Bloodworth. You look like you're about to say something. I'm sorry.
No, Your Honor, as I understand, the status quo is the court's, I guess this court has sustained the state's objection to those questions.
I have. I think what Ms. Nestor is trying to ward off is another set of objectional questions that are maybe more general, less specific, some version of probing the bounds of the state's investigation of the charges. Yeah.
Your Honor, no. It's the same foundational objection, right? This is all to suggest that there is admissible evidence that Eric Richins sought fentanyl before. And at bottom, there is no admissible evidence that he sought fentanyl before. And I don't think that there is any good faith basis to suggest otherwise, or to suggest that any investigation into it was incomplete. Because the fact is, detectives, that Mr. Norris's narrative has been so thoroughly dispatched that there's no good faith basis to allude to an improper investigation, much less that there may be admissible evidence.
May I respond?
Yeah, hear me out for a second.
Sure.
Or let me make sure I understand the bounds of the argument here. You said there's no admissible evidence that Eric Richins sought fentanyl. My sense of the evidentiary record so far, and the evidentiary record, or the universe of admissible evidence that's available, is that there's no admissible evidence that Eric Richins ever sought or received narcotics except through a prescriber. Correct?
Correct. The only admissible evidence that's already admitted,
I think it's his knee surgery,
is
right?
a 2016 hydrocodone prescription following knee surgery.
Right, okay. Very good. Now, by the same token, I believe all the admissible evidence of Ms. Richins seeking or receiving narcotics of any kind is already in, correct? And all is putting it strongly, but
Yeah.
That is, to the extent there was any admissible evidence of Ms. Richins seeking fentanyl, it's either in or it's not admissible. Let me say it that way.
Or it would come in a rebuttal case.
Understood. Okay. which was the basis, among other things, of, not the basis, but is related to the court's exclusion of the offered statements of Hayden Jeffs to his sister.
Right. Right. So I do wish to correct Mr. Bloodworth's statement that we have fully dispatched Mr. Norris's proposed testimony. To the contrary, the court was very clear that you were accepting, for purposes of your analysis, that everything in the affidavit that Mr. Norris provided was true, and that you did the analysis, the court did the analysis based on the law of the hoops you have to jump through to come under the residual exception. And for purposes of your analysis, you did not go into an analysis of whether Mr. Norris's testimony was credible, not credible. You just said, I'm going to assume for purposes of this ruling that everything in that affidavit is true, and then I'm going to rule on whether it fits the residual exception. And the court went through a very thorough analysis and decided it did not. So I don't think that's a fair statement that he just made, that we fully dispatched it like there's nothing behind it. That's never been litigated in front of this court, nor have we asked it to be.
The difficulty here, though, is imagine David Norris were on the stand.
Right.
And you asked him, hey, did you ever contact the Summit County Attorney's Office, or Sheriff's Office? My apologies.
Yeah.
He says yes. And then you say, what did you tell them? It immediately provokes a hearsay objection that I've already dealt with under my ruling on the residual exception.
Absolutely.
So
and we don't,
if you want to elicit testimony that, did you ever speak to a gentleman named David Norris? Yes. And then move on, fine, but I'm not sure how that's relevant.
well, that's meaningless to a jury unless I can say, was there a gentleman named David Norris who tried to give information that would have supported the first hypothesis?
But that's the hearsay problem.
But it's not being offered for the truth.
It's
being
100%
offered,
being offered for
Your
the
Honor,
truth.
if I may please, it's being offered for the same reason they've gotten in a ton of other hearsay in this case, by the impact it has on how they did their investigation. They got that in through Woody. That's how they got in Woody, the Amy and Katie's statements, because it wasn't for the truth of the matter that Corey tried to kill him before. It was how it impacted her investigation from there on out. This is the same exact argument. It's how that, the fact that they got that information and chose not to even investigate it, how that impacted the hearer. It is irrelevant for purposes of the truth, and the court can instruct it like you've done over and over and over for their witnesses when we had this exact same argument.
If that's true, Ms. Nestor,
Yes.
then the 807 residual exception wouldn't exist and it wouldn't apply. It does apply, and so you can't use this argument to undermine that.
I know, that's why I'm trying not to undermine your ruling.
That's why the substance of what he told the Summit County Sheriff's Office can't come in.
And I think I could maybe craft a question where we leave out the juicy substance and just say there was an avenue that you chose not to investigate. But I've got to get something in context so the jury understands, hey, you had this road, you chose not to go down it. That was your choice.
I appreciate why you want to present this to the jury, but there are limits
Right.
on both sides of the V about what gets presented to the jury. And those limits are in part defined by the Utah Rules of Evidence. And this substance cannot come in under the Utah Rules of Evidence. For the same reason that the state could not argue that we want to get in Hayden Jeff's statements to its sister just for the effect upon law enforcement in terms of the scope of their investigation. No.
Okay. And there's no scenario which we're going to be allowed to question him about choosing not to investigate this evidence.
There's no scenario in which it's relevant without the substance of the excluded communications. If a crank from New Jersey, I don't know why I'm picking on New Jersey, but I grew up near New Jersey, called the Summit County Sheriff's Office and said, I was in Utah on that day and I saw it happen, and the Summit County Sheriff's Office chose not to investigate it, would we be having this conversation?
That's not this circumstance, though.
It is the same, though, because that evidence has nothing to do. Here it's even worse because it's inadmissible.
It's inadmissible from Mr. Norris's mouth, but I don't think it's inadmissible, period, in terms of if it was part of an investigation that was ignored or not followed.
The substance isn't admissible. The fact that they spoke to David Norris as a fact is admissible if it's relevant, but without the substance, it's not relevant.
Wait just a moment.
Of course.
Okay, Your Honor, I think we've made our record on that, and I'll, of course, respect the court's ruling on that.
Let me take a minute. Let me just take 5 minutes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Before I take a break, Mr. Bloodworth, anything further on this issue?
No, yeah.
Ms. Nestor, before we take a 5-minute break, any other issues before we invite the jury?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Bloodworth?
No, sir.
Okay, I'll be right back. Thank you.
All right.
Well, we're off to a fantastic start as usual. Yeah, bitch is gonna be bitches. I didn't see what pizza said, but I also don't see pizza, so now I want pizza. First bagel, now pizza. Unless it's all the way up here and I missed it somehow. Oh, there you are. Now I see you. I feel like he's being very patient with her, explaining in different ways. Most judges would rule and move on. Yeah, that's what's kind of irritating me, honestly. But he might be getting the sense that she's just going for an appeal now. So he's trying to but I don't know. Hi, pizza. I'm hungry too. It's already 11:20 here. That's not so bad. He has to make a record for the, he has to make the record for appeal. But does that mean, that's what Cliff says, but does that mean he has to put up with all of this nonsense, or am I just being impatient and not someone who knows anything about law? Hi, Kelps. Grueling to watch, yes. You're right here to judge. In this case, it's more like blotches. That's what you think about the appeal thing, Paula. Yeah, he is smart, like Judge K. Judge K, though, did not, but there was a different situation because Sarah Boone was already behind the 8 ball as far as an appeal was concerned because she had gone through so many public attorneys and one court appointed and one private prior to Owens, prioristically. He does not have to put up with the attitude, but he has to make sure his reasoning is on the record. Got it. Thank you. That makes sense, yeah. And I guess she does, I mean, she's also very argumentative. Do you think, does she know what she's doing? I mean, this is intentional, right? Like, she's not this ignorant, is she? Yeah. Okay, well, this kind of answers it because Sop says no too. But there's no excuse for her behavior. She's been a lawyer for more than 15 minutes now. I don't get it. Yeah, maybe Sharon. I don't know. Hi, Michelle. Hi, Unicorn. Hi, West Coast. She is dumb. Is she that dumb? How is she managing to be? I mean, I also, I don't know anymore because is she the one that people say is a good attorney? Is she the one who's going to represent that guy? I mean, come on. She also, I don't know if you guys saw in the beginning when she had to do something on a Mac, and she was like, oh, Millennium is using a Mac. Macs have been around for long enough now. Everyone I know who works professionally either works on a Mac or knows how to. Owens acted like it was his first trial, but not in this way. Owens was out of his element, I think, right? Because he was not used to practicing in Orange County. He was used to, hey Sharon, he was used to Pensacola, I guess, and kind of catered to that, but not to a ridiculous extent. And Owens didn't argue over shit he knew was wrong, I don't think. I mean, I don't know. I can't believe I'm here defending Owens, but Nikki Davis, I came in late. Corey, is this a lie Corey got a guy to say at the end of the walk the dog letter guy? Walk the dog letter guy is her brother, I think. Right? Is that who you mean? Also, I don't know, but maybe someone else will. Didn't they already discuss? You mean the entire letter? Oh, Jiff. Yeah. Hi, Jules. Oh, also in Runkle of the Bailey's chat last night, someone was saying that there's so many things about, I mean, I don't know why I'm even mentioning this, but because I'm mad, so I don't want to be alone. Someone was that there's so many lies and mistruths in this investigation, and that those gifts didn't come from Corey to Eric. Eric sent them or something like that. And I mean, of course, I didn't get involved, but I was thinking, I think they were sent after he died. But okay, maybe I'm wrong. Right, Gungan is the okay. Yes, right. That's Lewis, right, Gungan? Yeah, he probably could anyway, though, to be fair, Roberta. I mean, at the very end of the letter, she mentions a guy no one should talk to. Oh, I don't know. Right. Who was that? Hang on. Right, West Coast Owens was not like this. I mean, and he wasn't this. I mean, this woman is, to my knowledge, kind of a litigator. I feel like he was more of a plea deal kind of guy. But what do I know? I could be wrong. When did she have tweezers in her pocket? Morning, Disney Mom. All misspellings are excused here. And they're encouraged. Is it a kitten? Oh, I have a picture of Charles Greaves' neighbor cat, too. This would probably be a good time for me to try to. I think I have to. It irritates me so much that Mac just won't, like, Apple won't mess with Google at all. So when I get pictures, I can't. Oh God. I have so many pictures of your guys' cute animals. To access it a different way. Oh, I think I know how. Oh, it's in evidence when they found the gummies, the tweezer. She probably just had, you know, I mean, we've seen her eyebrows. But actually, yes, I'm sure you're right now that I'm thinking it through. She probably thinks she's being slick. Although it's not a bad idea to carry a tweezer at all times. Hi, Lizzie. I feel like I haven't seen you in a minute. I know, instead that's just, I mean, and also, why did she bother? That just seems like, I guess, to make herself look like a decent person, I don't know. Anders says Walk the Dog is a sequel to Are You Here? I think Walk the Dog is a sequel to Are You Dead Yet? It wasn't Are You Here? It's isn't it Are You With Me? Or is it Are You Here? I don't know. It's terrible. It's all bad. Oh, someone called Lotto. Right. I'm getting so confused. Who said, don't say anything about what we did together. Okay. Is that a real person, Lotto, or is she just making shit up now? I mean, not just now, but... Sharon, this is exactly what I told my mother when we were talking about the Nancy Guthrie thing. I said, Mom, if you were kidnapped, I would be so worried for those kidnappers. Nestor's Gunga, thank you. That's what I thought. Sometimes I don't even know their real names. I mean, I do, but I don't know which is which. Walk the Dog is wag. Well, I don't know. Hear Me Out was calling it Wag the Dog for a while. But Wag the Dog is... Oh, I don't know. You mean it? Does it mean the same thing? I don't know. I never thought about that. I never knew what either one meant until, you know, that I think there was a movie called Wag the Dog, and which I never saw. Are You Still Here? Either way, the book is awful. Yeah. I thought it was Are You With Me? I don't know. It doesn't matter. We know what we mean. Kathy Nestor, Blueberry Lady, Wendy Lewis, Zelda. Thank you, Jackie. I'm just going to pin this for a minute so that I can be reminded. Lewis is called Zelda because she sounds like an actress named Zelda Rubinstein, who was in, like, she was the old lady in the Poltergeist. She's a character actress who always plays that person. She sounds like that. She also sounds like Bart Simpson and the son in King of the Hill. She's got like a little boy cartoon voice a little bit. I told my kids not to pay my ransom. Of course not, Jules. Save your money. And you won't need it. Trust me. Yeah, tweezers are a must-have. You can use them for everything. And you know, whenever they have like those like, they'll interview a model or an actress or whatever, and I don't know if they still do this, but when I used to read all those magazines, they'd be like, if you were on a stranded on an island, what's the one thing you would have? And they'd always answer with some like bullshit, trendy, expensive product at the time. And I'm like, these bitches are so stupid. Tweezer. Unless you want the person who's going to possibly come rescue you to think you're Bigfoot, have a tweezer with you. Not Estee Lauder's 24-hour cream, you morons. Come on. Hi, Noni. Hi, Boom. I think wag the dog means superfluous or military action in order to distract from domestic scandal. Okay, thank you. Oh, I keep forgetting that Jackie's still like in the process of moving. It's exciting, but a pain in the ass. Wag the tail. Are you with me? Thank you. This is Forever Wander. Thanks for looking it up. Yeah. Hi, Claire. Claire says, if she's still alive, I'd like to think that Nancy Guthrie spends all day cussing out her captors. Yeah, bossing them around. The tweezer talk. Hi, Birdie. Here, I thought I was the only one. You just never know. Everyone needs a tweezer. Okay? Fuck what you heard. Yeah, Bart Simpson is a woman, and I think so is the daughter on King of... Well, usually little boys are women in cartoons, I think. Yeah, exactly. He does kind of sound like a woman, but I was surprised too somehow, just because, you know. Yeah, it has been longer than 5 minutes, Karen. Good point. I don't understand. Isn't he alone? Well, maybe he's looking shit up, and I am. Claire, you're so cute. Oh, I didn't know you. I mean, how would I know you lived in Cape Cod, Boomshiki? I was in a wedding there once. It's nice there. Right, Carolina, but they're not like, what do you want? They would ask, what one beauty product would you want with you? Q-tips are very, I can't live without Q-tips. It has to be Q-tip brand Q-tips and not because I'm a label whore. But I'd still take a tweezer. I don't really know. There's no way to pick one thing. Can you imagine? Oh, look who's back. You let me know if the sound is good on in the courtroom.
Record in 231-500-139.
Counsel,
thank you for your patience. I've just handed you a copy of State versus McCull, 2014 UTF 215. I need you to take 15 minutes, read this case beginning at paragraph 25. This case stands for the proposition that what the defense is proposing to do is required, but it raises the prospect of also allowing the state to rebut the defense's charge of an incomplete or improper investigation by also putting in evidence, not for the truth, but for the effect it had upon law enforcement, of how they received and reacted to Hayden Jeff's statements to his sister. Pause for a second. I need you all to be very thoughtful about this. I can't unring the bell once this information is out, and sitting here at the moment without the benefit of counsel's argument after reading this case, I think I'd have to let both sides of that story in to make sure that the state is not prosecuting with one hand tied behind its back. Mr. Bloodworth, I cut you off.
Sorry, Your Honor. We looked at this case while you had stepped out. I think in addition to Hayden Jeffs, it would also cause us to revisit the court's decision yesterday regarding Mr. Bonsavage's phone call with an inmate at Gunnison.
Ooh, I don't remember the detail of that one. Forgive me. Oh, I think I do. Yeah, a little bit. Now, let's talk about foundational requirements. I gave this a little bit of thought after rereading McCull. There is some precision and some technicality into how these questions would need to be asked. For example, Ms. Nestor, you wouldn't just be able to put the substance of Mr. Norris's statement in a question and ask whether Detective O'Driscoll ever followed up on it, because you would not have laid foundation that he ever knew about it in the first place. You need to lay foundation about whether or not he ever spoke to David Norris, yes or no. If no, did anybody ever relate to you that David Norris contacted the Summit County Sheriff's Office, yes or no? Yes. Okay, after that, what did you do? This information, this statements being made by David Norris to Summit County Sheriff's Office have to come in through a witness with knowledge of them. And I'm not sure Detective O'Driscoll's that guy. By the same token, to the extent the state would want to ask or show that the investigating officers or the Summit County Attorney's Office investigators followed up on statements made by Hayden Jeffs to his sister, Aubrey Jeffs, or information received or is told by Mr. Bonsavage, they're going to have to call a witness that had personal knowledge of those statements and then lay foundation for what occurred next. We can't skip steps.
Your Honor, agreed. There's a little more to unpack here too, because I happen to know that Jeff O'Driscoll's not the witness for this. We would need time to prepare the witness for this. We also have the problem that
We meaning
the state.
The state. May I ask you just a procedural question before you keep going?
Yes, sir.
Imagine that at some point, imagine it's not Jeff O'Driscoll, as
Right.
you suggest.
Right.
And imagine in the defense's case, they find or call the witness who received the phone call or talked to David Norris. Or they call David Norris.
Sure.
And they ask, did you call Summit County Sheriff's Office? Yes. What did you tell them? Did they ever follow up with you?
Yes.
I imagine the state's response to this and the state's offering evidence regarding how it responded to information regarding the Hayden Jeff statements and the Nick Bonsavage statements, that would come in the state's rebuttal case. Is that correct?
Not necessarily, Your Honor. I mean, we haven't rested. I think
Fair.
we would like to get out in front of this
Okay.
before a rebuttal case. And while the state has investigated David Norris's statements and to show how they're not credible, the state pulled up on investigating how Norris came about. And the state would want to continue that investigation.
I think I know what you're talking about, but in terms of how it came to be that David Norris contacted law enforcement when he did,
Correct.
I don't know that I have any authority or interest in ruling.
I don't think you.
Yeah.
I don't think so. My only point in mentioning that is it would just take a little bit of time and it would be necessary. The other point, I think, well, the other objection the state has is under 403. I think in proceeding in this manner is both prejudicial and confusing the jury.
If I let in everything, though, so Norris, Jeffs, Bond Savage, does that ameliorate any unfair prejudice or 403 concerns? And when I say let it in, I mean as premise for questions regarding the scope of law enforcement's investigation, not for the jury.
I appreciate that, Your Honor.
I tend to agree with you if I let in only one side.
It's interesting because both that assumes that the weight of unfair prejudice or the weight of confusion is equal on both sides. The state, I don't think it is. I think because of the complete incredibility of David Norris's testimony and how David Norris came to contact law enforcement, that prejudice and that confusion is much weightier than confusion related to recorded interviews with Hayden Jeffs while he has counsel and a recorded jail phone call. There is no doubt.
Doesn't that weigh in the state's favor, though?
No, Your Honor, because I guess the question is whether it's unfair prejudice or confusion. Confusion, it doesn't, David Norris's the purported effect on law enforcement of David Norris's is even way more confusing than the effect, just because the information provided to David Norris is highly in doubt and would be highly litigated, whereas the information Hayden Jeffs provided is recorded. There is zero doubt about what he provided. And the information that Nick Bond Savage provided is recorded. There is zero doubt. We're not bogging down into some mess of who said what when. When you say the information, you mean the substance of what David Norris told Summit County Sheriff's Office a number of weeks ago? Correct.
Okay.
Because it's changed. It has changed over time. We have affidavit number 1 from defense, affidavit number 2 from defense, phone call from David Norris, interview of David Norris. What David Norris says is a moving target, and it is a moving target based on when he speaks with defense counsel.
Forgive me. What is your understanding of the evidentiary landscape as to how many times David Norris has contacted the Summit County Sheriff's Office? Is it once or more than once?
I think he's had 2 contacts. Once he spoke with a patrol deputy to take kind of the initial, well, I guess there's once a call into dispatch, which was non-substantive.
Okay.
Then there was an initial contact with a patrol deputy, and then there was a contact with a detective.
Okay.
And then we have the affidavits that he'd submitted, that defense has submitted in the 807 litigation.
But those were submitted here, right, as part of the 807 litigation. Did those ever go to Summit County Sheriff's Office?
I don't know one way or the other.
If it's no, then those don't get shown to the jury, right?
Just to clarify, they weren't affidavits. We just laid out the statement of facts in our motion.
Okay.
It's a proffer.
I'm familiar with what you're referring to. I'm a little less clear on
Sorry,
that. Yeah.
proffer is, proffer's the,
I'm not sure the proffer has any impact here. I'm not sure the jury would ever be made aware of the substance of the proffer. They, as I understand it, under McCull, would only be made aware of evidence related to the substance of what Mr. Norris told investigators and law enforcement.
Your Honor, the proffers do tie into this in that, the question would be, did this inform your investigation yes, we considered all of his statements to include the defense proffers
Got it.
in determining that they were just flat out incredible.
Okay.
So that goes to kind of the confusion argument. So in the 403 analysis, Your Honor, I do not think the weight of unfair prejudice to the defense is the same as the weight of, well, any of the 403 factors. I don't think the weight is the same for the state and the defense.
And to put a finer point on it, you're concerned that the jury would be confused about who said what when? It's jury confusion that I need.
It's jury confusion.
Right. And
yes.
so what is it you believe they would be confused about?
I think they would. I think they would be confused about the effect on law enforcement, which is really what this grounds in, right? This is the effect on the hearer, the effect on law enforcement.
Okay.
And I think those waters would be so muddied in the case of Norris, whereas those waters are crystal clear in the case of Hayden Jeffs and Nick Bond Savage. And the waters are muddied as it relates to Mr. Norris very deliberately. And that and I don't know. I suspect the purpose is to confuse the jury, right?
As you sit here today, have you identified the witness that would testify regarding investigators' knowledge of and response to statements made by David Norris?
I know. Yeah, I don't remember the name. I know the patrol officer. I think I know who he talked to. I think I know who the detective talked to. It also involves my office, right? And so
You would be able to call an investigator, not a lawyer, right?
right.
Yeah.
So probably 3 witnesses.
Okay. And then who are the witnesses you would call to testify regarding the state's knowledge of and response to Hayden Jeff's statements to his sister? Or, I mean, I appreciate that Hayden Jeff spoke directly to law enforcement in a recorded interview.
Right. That's what we would have to get into. What did you understand? Why? With what level of detail? Which is extraordinary.
And there, as I understand it, the state's position would be, well, if we're not admitting it for the truth, Judge, there's no Crawford problem, so the recorded interview comes in.
100%.
Okay.
And the same thing, by the way, with the Nick Bond Savage jail call, right? That entire jail call comes in lock, stock, and barrel. If we're going to mention it, we're going to mention it all.
Oh, I understand.
And then can I just say one final thing on the unfair prejudice? I think the court, in considering the weight of the various prejudices, the prejudice with admitting Norton versus Norris, versus the prejudice of the Hayden Jeffs and Bond Savage, I think the court needs to in the probative value part of that analysis, I think the court needs to consider kind of all of the corroborating evidence and the fact that David Norris's assertion is not at all probative, because there is nothing that corroborates it, and it is inconsistent with all the other evidence in the case, whereas the Bond Savage statement and the Hayden Jeff statement is highly corroborated with a ton of admitted already evidence in this case.
And just so we're clear, when you're talking about probative value in this context, we're talking about probative value to the defense's theory of incomplete investigation and probative value to the state's response to that theory.
Correct, under the 403
Got it.
balancing.
I understand your position.
Okay.
Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor, Mr. Ramos, this is high-stakes poker.
Yes, it is. I was just gonna ask you, if we could have a little time to meet with our client next door. She's got some decisions to make about that.
I want to make sure that you explain to her that if you're successful in persuading the court that the substance of David Norris's statements should come in not for their truth but for their effect upon law enforcement and investigators, for their probative value to the defendant's theory of incomplete or incompetent investigation, that by extension, my view is that I need to allow the state to respond to that theory by, among other things, admitting evidence of their knowledge of in response to statements made by Hayden Jeffs and Mr. Bonsavage, not for their truth, but to show what they were doing and how they were doing it.
Can I just get a clarification on the Bonsavage? I want to make sure I'm on the same page.
Why don't we just get a proffer of it, Mr. Bloodworth, so we're all hearing the same thing at the same time?
Yes, Your Honor. In a March 4th, 2022 jail call between Mr. Bonsavage and an inmate in Gunnison, they're discussing purchasing a PlayStation controller, and they're discussing who's going to pay for it, kind of how to get the money for it. And Nick Bonsavage says to the inmates something like, Carmen will cover it. She just made money selling fentanyl.
So this is already in, other than we
The word
substituted the word fentanyl
We
for
illicit
illicit
street drugs.
street drugs.
Right. And that's a recording,
It is a recording.
as is Hayden Jeff's interview with law enforcement.
And the upshot proffer of that interview, and this occurs many times, there's pages of transcript on this subject, but the upshot of the proffer is that KOURI Richins asked me to buy her fentanyl. I explained to her, you know, in really colorful language, how dangerous it is. She wants to stay away from it. Who on earth would want fentanyl? And then there's a second phone call where she calls back and asks for the Michael Jackson stuff, and they get into a propofol discussion.
Right. Okay. How much time do you want, Ms. Nestor?
We have 30 minutes.
That's fine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else before we take a recess, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
No, sir.
We'll be in recess until 10:30.
All rise.
So another half an hour or so, right? Are these? No, they're not. There's no sound on. I have the sound on, so if there is, we'll hear it. I can't tell you what's going on, Margarita. Unfortunately. I mean, to my knowledge, and then we'll have someone who knows stuff help out, but it's the usual. Oh, here we go. Here's Cliff. Thank God. Defense wants to bring in the evidence that a lead wasn't followed up on right, so the investigation was bad. If they do that, they open the door to a ton of rebuttal that makes KOURI look bad. You mean worse, even worse. Thank you. Hey, boss lady. Who is telling Corey what? Hang on. Oh, she was asking others for fentanyl. She's all over the place, that Corey. Yeah, the trial doesn't. You missed a decent sized break that was supposed to be 5 minutes. It was about 15. Yeah, at least this, I mean, these things are pretty interesting actually because we get to see what these morons are thinking and how it goes for them. Hey, Lutheros. Last night I was watching Runkle of the Bailey and he said, what did he say? Corey, switch your face to off. Which I love. And he's the one who did that really funny thing about Sarah Boone's face, when he was like, no, don't do the face. No face. Bad face. When she was all creepy and shit. Sounds like there's a recording of two dealers talking about making money by selling fent to Corey. And that would come in if the defense brings this up. And that it would come in if the defense brings it up. Got it. I don't know why they're so stupid, because they want just their evidence in and nothing else, of course. They want to cherry pick, but really cherry pick, it seems. Oh, the lead they didn't follow up on was Eric's whereabouts the night before, I think. It's possible. What does it really matter, though? Unless they're going to say that maybe he was someplace snorting fentanyl or something, or ingesting it. I guess that would be the same thing. I don't know. Yellow is not her color. That color is hard to wear for anyone, but... Yeah, he's very funny, Nikki. Uncle. I assume Corey herself was on speed, given how hyperactive yet completely self-destructive she seemed to be. Possible. And skinny, very skinny. Such a terrible defense team, in my opinion. Although, well, somebody was saying, I think it was This Is Forever Wander, that lawyer was saying they're doing a bang-up job, which doesn't surprise me. And even Runkle gave them some snaps last night, but not to the point, things that I could understand, like when they brought, what they accomplished when they brought, actually, that may have even been JD. When they brought Carmen back in, they kind of chipped away at her credibility a little bit, but ultimately the general consensus is it's too late and it doesn't matter, and I agree with that. Yeah, black women look good, and dark skin looks good in a lot of shades of yellow. Or you have to, I mean, you can't, yellow, this bright yellow is not the kind of color you can wear when you don't have a full face of makeup on. Oh, Hear Me Out bobblehead would be good. Oh, I could see you looking great in yellow, Miyaki. Yeah. I love how we all hate on lawyer, Jackie says, I'm surprised lawyer took time out of reading his super chats and about how great his hair is, even to mention the defense at all. I know. He only addresses, and I guess, I mean, I know he's a really big channel, so I guess I don't know. I feel like you should go back and forth between super chats and just chats from people who are there with you every day. Or, it's just so, and also you could use the time that you're highlighting the stupid comments about how handsome you are to answer those other chats. There's no need I mean, who does that? Like, I was so surprised to highlight that. Like, it's so weird to me. I liked Corey's, not yesterday. Yesterday was laundry day for Corey. I think it was the day before, the very short day. She was wearing like dark gray and black or something. It was nice looking. She could have worn that again today, quite frankly. And his hair, yeah. His hair is like good. Yeah, I mean, he's just not my type, I guess. I just don't find him handsome. I don't think he has a handsome face. I don't like his hair, I'm sure I do get the feeling that he's a nice person. And I once saw, it was a Sarah Boone thing, of course, and he had his wife on, and she's adorable. She's really lovely. And I'm sure they have a nice family, and he's a decent person. I mean, I don't know that much about him, but that's why I don't like his channel, because he's a little too fair. Leans in a little too much to the defense, and I don't want to hear about how handsome people think he is. Also, yeah. Typical guy Florida. Also, I'm not crazy about all of the American flag apparel. It just I just don't like it. Not that I don't like America, I just don't like that kind of stuff. You're a lawyer, Right. I just like him because if you don't send money, chat, you are ignored. Exactly. And I hate that, Also because I don't, Jackie, I don't. Um, I, it sets a precedent because then people are paying to get that's what the whole chat becomes, like, oh, does he bring up God a lot? I didn't know that. Thank you, Joe Kate. Never mind. I didn't remember that. I feel like I wouldn't have forgotten that. I've never heard him do that, I don't think. Yeah, I thought so too, Kelps. Kelps thought he looked like a stoner when she first watched him, because also it depends what day you catch him. He could be wearing a tie-dyed muscle shirt or something. Nothing's wrong with stoners. But that's the thing. You think he's a stoner, you're like, all right, this guy seems chill, and then you're like, ah. I agree. Bible shouldn't come anywhere near legal stuff, nor should it come near anything having to do with the government, but some of the law tube creators are full of themselves. Yeah, like Lawyer or ADB. I personally prefer watching Lawyer Lee. Hi, Drabell. I like Lawyer Lee too. A lawyer who covered the bridge guy from Indiana. I really like the Tilted Lawyer. I don't know if you know him. He covers Laura Owens a lot. And I will die on the hill that he's much better looking than Lawyer I love him. Hey, Michael. How you doing? I don't remember the skit, but of course I remember seeing the flag and actually feeling good about it for once. Which is a shame because, you know. Oh, I missed your first two messages. Lucky you. Hope it goes as well as can be expected. And that you're home relaxing soon. With us, maybe. If you wanna. You might wanna, or you might wanna. Yeah, Laurie, has his dad on from time to time for analysis. And every time I watch one of those vids, he railroads his dad's commentary. Like, dude, the guy's been doing it for longer than you have. Yeah. I like Lawyer Lee. I don't dislike Emily D. Baker, but I can only take so much of her. I don't like certain things. And as I say, the things that irritate me about her are the things that I try to control in myself, like in talking over and interrupting. But she also does added things like asking herself questions out loud and then answering them, which I don't think is necessary. And, if you think you're really funny, you're never going to be as funny as you think you are. And nothing wrong with stoners, it's the good looking part. I'm so glad that we all found each other so we can agree on everything that other people don't seem to understand. What's XLS? Boom. Yeah, Cliff Meyer, that doesn't surprise me. I mean, as I said, I'm not. What don't you like about her? She's running a great business. I'll give her that. Yeah, she stops often to say nothing. Thank you. Yeah. I mean, obviously, if I don't want to hear someone talking, I'll watch it on Long Crime or whatever, but it's not, she's a lawyer, so if you're not talking about lawyer stuff or, I don't know. Yeah. Hang on, I want to read the first thing that, like Joe Kate says, I assume it's about, yeah, she makes a 5-hour day into 10 hours. Yeah. I didn't realize that she does that because I'm usually on and off, or I'll just have it in the background. I guess Hear Me Out does that too, but at least he's funny. Yeah, I mean, Emily Baker is not acting things out and wearing wigs and getting drunk. I don't think. Hi, Ocean Sounds. Thank you. Drives me. I mean, so as a lot of you know, my bestie watches all the things we watch, and she's always, we're always backing each other up because we're, of like minds. But it's better to have even more backup because most of what we see is like, really, And sometimes we'll even, like, if she really likes someone or I really like someone, we'll tread lightly. Like, sometimes he kind of gets in the other one of us. It's like, me too. Oh my God. It's a very nice coven. Yeah. Not just stupid people, but also people whose hair we don't like. Very glad we connected over our disdain for stupid people. Stupid people whose hair we don't like, people who don't dress the way we like. Just we're just a bunch of nasty bitches. What can I say? Except for Michael, who's very sweet. Oh, thank you, Michael. Sitting in chemo, buying memberships for people. Thank you. I liked West Coast. I liked Carrie also a lot. She did a great job. That's actually where I first knew Route Irish from. I don't know if he wouldn't, my name was different, but yeah, she did a great job with that. I haven't watched her other covers because I haven't been that into anything else, but she's I agree. I really liked her a lot. That's also where I found or at least the first appearance that I know of P.I. Sam, who I also like a lot. She's around, Jackie. She just probably doesn't come up that much because we're not looking for the things that's what I figure, you know? Hi, Oki. Hi, S cubed. Hi, Oki. You showed up here and immediately changed your outfit. I do too, Ada. Oh, JD, I love him too. Every once in a while I try to hype his videos because he's just so great. And I know lately this trial has been very good for his channel, which I love. He's just very real. Now we do the blood oath, yeah. And then we'll start with the real serious shit, the Santeria and whatnot. Oh, right, she's covering Daryl Brooks. I think she did originally, but now I saw she's got some, I don't know if she did originally. I'm pretty sure she did. Maybe she'll go back to Sarah, but she really went through Sarah's with it. And she got a lot of good FOIA requests too. A lot of the stuff that's played, like that I'll show or SKR shows, has her watermark on it. Yeah, exactly. I like JDL too. I like anyone who I agree with. Not anyone, actually, but it helps a lot. Almost. That's all it takes. Yes, he's very, very funny, Joe Kate. He's surprisingly funny. The things he says are sometimes funny, but mostly in his captions, like he captions like chapters, and those are always very, very funny. And also his thumbnails. Yeah, generally agreeable vibe. Exactly. Boom. The decision by KOURI may indicate if she testifies, if she's willing to roll the dice on this. I bet she testifies. I feel like I could be wrong here, but I feel like her attorneys are pretty fast and loose with rolling the dice. The pig thumbnail was hilarious from him, yeah. Thank you, Cliff. I'm very happy about that. We've really only had one or two issues, and one of them was how to spell Rumspringa, which is not that big a deal in daily life. Doesn't come up much. But you're great to have here because you know stuff. And you're very funny and wonderful. Oh, I'm so glad, Claire Fisher. Hi. So I think we have both Claires here, which always makes me feel better to know where they are. Well, Jackie, you're spelling it wrong, so I don't think you learned how to spell it. But I could be wrong because, as I said, there's been a heated debate about it. HMO is hear me out, Jules. I think, Jules, were you watching the trial or something with Dreadful Penny? Is that how we met? Oh, interesting. So you found Hear Me Out through Tanika and then me through Hear Me Out. Yeah. It's funny how those things work. Me too, West Coast. Hear Me Out, I think, I mean, I don't even know how long I had a channel for. It was like not very long at all before he and I did our first like collab on Sarah. And then after that, it was like, this is perfect. She did. That's what I thought, Jules. That was a great chat. She's also, Dreadful Penny is really, I really enjoy her a lot, her channel. Thanks, VC. I feel the same way. I mean, I'll watch just a trial like this, but it's much better to have someone either making jokes about it or explaining it or both. Hey, I'm not buying it. Yeah, she's very smart and lovely. I agree. Dreadful Penny. I'm gonna drop her link. Hope that works. Hey, Olive Oil. Thank you. Thank you, VC. Yeah, Hear Me Out is really funny. And it's the kind of funny where I'm always surprised that other people think it's funny. I always think it's just me somehow, you know? But it's good. I also, I love when people, I like to watch, I mean, someone funny is great, but if they're working with someone else who they can kind of, who it's like they can work together, it's always funnier. Like I used to listen to, a long time ago, Howard Stern in the morning with Robin, and they just, I just thought that dynamic was hilarious. That's before he kind of lost a little patience with him. Hi, Polly. It's okay. Luckily, it's been more breaks than not. Baba Booey. Thank you, Cliff. And I would go to listen to him at the gym, like on the treadmill, and it would be me and all the dudes in the gym laughing at the same times. Yeah, it's really a nice community, West Coast. It's like, um, I was like very careful not to step on, like, I didn't want to overstep when I started my channel. I also didn't know if I was going to continue on, but everyone is so nice and welcoming, and we happen to get along really well, which is great. Derek's laugh is the best. I agree. I'm not buying it. And there's something he just has, and he really is, he is a lovely person also, but you can tell. Yeah, I love Tanika's 2 cents, and she brings it. She's also just very, what you see is what you get. Has the trial just been about testimony from some guy today? I think pretty much. I mean, it's about um whether or not they can bring something up without then screwing themselves over, basically. Good, and you? Yeah, Derek is very funny, and the things he laughs at are funny, always unexpected. I'm like, really? That's what you found funny? Oh, Dawn from Lounge Bar Crime. That is, I just subscribed there. I found it one day, and then one of you guys told me that it's good, because I was all excited because I thought she was drunk, but she wasn't. But I haven't gone back. I gotta check her out. Yeah, he is.
Back on the record in 231-500-139. Counselor present, Ms. Richins is present. Ms. Nestor, you've had an opportunity to confer with Ms. Richins. How does the defense want to proceed?
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you for the break. We appreciated that. So we have reviewed the case. We clearly understand the court's ruling that if any of it comes in, all of it comes in. We get that. We also understand and appreciate that the court is going to require proper foundation, and we're not skipping any steps. We accept the state's representation in good faith that Officer O'Driscoll, he's out still, right? He is not the foundation witness because he is not the individual who communicated with Mr. Norris. And we will, if we proceed with this line of questioning and we decide to introduce this evidence, we will do it through the proper foundational witnesses, which we accept as not him. So to avoid confusion now, since it's not him, we will wait and not ask the questions that he doesn't have, because it's like you said, there's no way to ask the question without introducing the substance. We couldn't figure out how to do that. So we're gonna wait until we have a foundational witness, and then we will proceed that way if we can lay a foundation.
Okay.
And if we decide to go forward with that evidence.
I appreciate that. If you make that ultimate decision,
We'll give everyone a heads up.
I appreciate that. And one of the reasons I would need that is to make sure I give defense an opportunity to state on the record, or at least summarize on the record, their strategic balancing of the risks and benefits so that there is a record of that going forward.
I appreciate that, and I think that's probably a good idea for everyone,
Okay, very
including
good.
us.
So, Mr. Bloodworth, because the defense will not be opening the door to any portion of its incomplete investigation theory related to David Norris through Detective O'Driscoll, I don't believe the state would be permitted to respond to it yet. Is that your view of it?
That is my view of it, Your Honor.
Okay. So, as a matter of status quo, we are going to proceed with additional cross-examination of Detective O'Driscoll, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did we reach I'm sorry.
Could we just go ahead and, well, I can just do it through, I think we decided I'd just ask him about 340. I'm sorry, I apologize. I
Okay.
withdraw.
I was about to ask, did we reach an endpoint regarding 340 and the photograph?
So the plan is to introduce the stipulated 340, which we'll get in. And then I will ask him if he can identify the photo. If he can't, he can't, but I'm gonna try.
Okay.
And I'm not gonna get into the substance of any of the bubbles, and I'm not going to introduce the bubbles or any of that.
Okay.
The only thing I'm gonna display to the jury will be the picture on 340. And then I may have it side by side in front of O'Driscoll so he can compare and refresh on the one that's not getting introduced.
And to the extent you ask him about whether it was sent as part of text messages between
Only the date.
Eric and Corey on the date, it's a yes or no question?
Correct, just
Okay.
on the date, not the time, because I don't want to confuse anyone or require UTC time or any of that conversation. And the time really is irrelevant to us.
Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, anything further on that?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Are we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor.
We are, Your Honor.
Zach, please.
Finally. Sheesh.
Please have a seat as you come in. All right, have a seat. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. We will now proceed with additional cross-examination of Detective O'Driscoll by the defense. Detective, let's have you come in the courtroom. Detective, please step in front of Brittany. We'll get you sworn back in.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Have a seat.
Ms. Nestor, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Good morning, Detective O'Driscoll.
Good morning, Ms. Nestor.
I believe when we stopped yesterday, we were talking about the GIFs or GIFs. And I want to start by having you review a document that's been agreed to by the parties. It is exhibit number 3-40. And at this point, Your Honor, we're asking to admit it per stipulation of the parties.
So the witness can see 3-40. And do we want to publish now, counsel?
Please.
Mr. Bloodworth?
No objections.
State's exhibit 3-40 is admitted.
All right, and this was talked about when, I believe it was Mr. Kostradimos, I think, it's all blurring together now, was on the stand, but this is the group of all the GIFs or the GIFs that were in kind of a group and included the ones that were accessed on the morning after the police left Ms. Richins' home, after Mr. Richins passed. Do you remember the testimony about that?
Yes.
Okay. Can we go to the page that shows the GIFs in question? Maybe blow that up at the top. Okay. So I think that's two of them. One of them is from, I guess, the movie Dumb and Dumber. And the other one is our president. And I think there was a third one, but it's, yeah, Mr. Spacey and in a TV program, right? And those are the three GIFs that were talked about. And if you blow up the time that they were accessed, they all were accessed at 8:29:03 a.m. on March the 4th. That's the day that Mr. Richins was found deceased, correct?
Correct.
Right, and I know we've already heard the testimony that these are what we call orphaned GIFs. You can't really tell which text they came with and exactly when they were sent or who they were sent to or by. All we know is that they were somehow accessed at that point by her phone, correct?
That was the testimony, Mr. Kostradimos, yes.
Okay, can you pull up another one of the photos that is the picture from the house? That's it. All right. This is another picture that was accessed at that exact moment at 8:29. And can you blow the picture up a little bit? Do you recognize what that is, that photograph?
It's the legacy home.
It's the legacy home, right? And was there another photo that was accessed that same morning, also orphaned? Can you find that picture? It's right above it, I think. There we go. Can you blow that picture up a little bit? Thank you. All right. And is that also just a closer up view of the Legacy Mansion?
It appears so. It's very blurry on my screen.
It is. I think it is blurry. And then can you back out and show the time that one was accessed according to this same group of photos? That one appears to have been accessed at 10:42 a.m. the same morning.
That's what this document says, yes.
Okay. Now, if we could put just on the witness's screen, exhibit JO, I think it's 11, not for the publication yet, Your Honor.
Understood.
All right. And can you take just a moment and blow that up just a little bit so he can read it better? All right. Just take a second and scroll through that and tell me if that refreshes your recollection about any documents you reviewed about Eric's final communications before he passed.
Your Honor, objection. There's no foundation to get to whether or not his recollection requires refreshment.
Yeah, let's pause there. Would you lay a little bit of foundation before we get there?
Sure, and it requires us to go back to yesterday. So yesterday I had asked you right before we stopped if you had, as part of your investigation, reviewed the final communications of Eric right before he passed away, and you mentioned you had. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Based on that, if you could refresh, do you recall the communications you reviewed that day?
Not all of them. Some of them, yeah.
Can we then please blow up this document in front of him and see if this refreshes your recollection as to what you reviewed?
Mr. Bloodworth, the witness doesn't have it yet. Any objection to that question?
Your Honor, I think the objection foundation, I think there requires additional foundation.
I think the question pending is, are these among the things he reviewed, correct?
Maybe I misunderstood the pending.
Yeah.
That's the question.
So I think,
Can we back up a step? Maybe I'll catch up.
sure. Ms. Nestor, ask your last question one more time, please.
Are these texts that are before you part of what you reviewed from Eric's final communications on his phone?
Go one step before that. He hasn't seen these yet. He doesn't currently have them in front of him.
Do you recall all of the communications you saw that day when you were reviewing Eric's final communications?
All the texts from his phone?
Yes.
On the day before he died?
Yes.
I don't remember all of them. I
Okay.
remember some of them.
So then, would you please look at this document and see if it refreshes your recollection and as to whether these were included in his communications?
Any objection, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, sir.
Okay. The witness can now see what you're referring to, Ms. Nestor.
Thank you, Your Honor. And can you go down just one more and maybe blow that up a little, that photo? Does this refresh your recollection, these communications of Eric's and Corey's the day he died?
These are time-stamped March 3rd. That's not the day he died, but the day before he died.
Totally correct, because he died in, we think, the early morning hours of the 4th, right?
Yeah, he was pronounced deceased on the 4th.
Okay.
Yes,
So,
Your Honor, sorry, objection. Foundation is to the meaning of died, right? He was pronounced dead on.
But I think the witness and the questioning lawyer have a common understanding here. Overruled.
thank you, Your Honor. Okay, so were these included in what you reviewed in the communications between Eric and Corey on the 3rd of March?
Yes.
All right. And this photograph, if you could blow that up.
Your Honor, objection. His recollection has been refreshed. I think the exhibit can now be set aside.
I'm not publishing it. I've just got one more question about the photo, and then I'm done.
I'll take it down, ask your question. If we need to refresh again, you can.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Wait, did you tell me I could ask the question?
Yeah, I took the photo down. Ask whatever you're about to
Yes,
ask next.
yes.
Okay.
Does the photo that you just refreshed your recollection with match the same photo that we just saw in 340? That was the corner of the Midway Mansion.
Your Honor, the photo's still up on my screen, and the witness is
My apologies. There you go.
staring at it.
Sorry. Is it the same photo, sir?
This one that we just saw that was enlarged, you're asking if that's the same as the one in the text message?
Does it match the one that we just put on the screen for the jurors that came with all those other pictures that morning?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I have. Done with that. I'm sorry, maybe I'm not. Can I have just one moment, Your Honor?
Of course.
one more step, if we could go back to 340, which has been admitted, and pull up some additional gifts that were accessed at that same time. If we could pull those up, please.
Sure. There you go.
Okay, so there's the picture on the bottom left-hand corner of the Midway Mansion house, right?
Yes.
And that one was accessed at 10:42 a.m. the morning of the 4th?
Yes.
And the one with the champagne is also that exact same time?
Yes.
And the one with the farmer is that exact same time?
Yes.
And we know for sure that the one on the bottom left was sent the day before. Because we just looked at that, right? And you refreshed your recollection.
Yeah, I don't know if the part of the extraction that we're looking at right now is saying that that's where that came from. I don't know if that's the same file path, but that photo is the same.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, we can take that down now. All right, I also want to talk to you about, sorry, startle me. I also want to talk to you about the Google searches that were testified about here that were on Ms. Richins' phone or computer or both. Did you review those as part of your investigation?
Yes.
All right. And were you able to determine dates on all of those searches when they were made?
I don't believe so. Yeah, that would be a question for Mr. Cocherdemos. I remember seeing the searches and the text of the searches, but I believe he testified that that there wasn't a timestamp associated with them and that they differed from the action in the phone that showed that a link was actually clicked on from one of those searches.
Okay, perfect.
And I believe those had timestamps.
Okay, the links, but maybe not the searches.
Correct.
Thank you for that clarification. And you agree that as of April the 13th of 2022, approximately a month and a few days after Eric passed away, that Ms. Richins' house was searched and she was detained in a police vehicle, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
Foundation.
Foundation, yeah.
Sustained. Lay a little foundation there.
Are you aware that there was a search conducted on her house on April 13th?
On Miss Richins' house?
Yes.
Yes.
And are you aware that while that search was being conducted, Ms. Richins was temporarily detained in a police vehicle for a period of time?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for a legal conclusion.
Overruled on that.
Go ahead.
I think the word detained is the problem there. I think there's been dispute over whether or not she was detained. But she was spoken to. She was asked to wait in law enforcement's vehicle until the lead detective could come speak to her about what was going on with the search.
Okay. So the searches on the website, fair to say that all of those searches are believed to have occurred after April 13th of 2022?
I don't know. Like I said, I don't know there were timestamps on the searches, so I can't be sure.
Did you ever interview any of Corey's family or friends and ask them if they were responsible for any of those, or if they'd ever seen Corey do it, or who did those searches?
No.
Okay. All right, I'd like to talk about the orange notebook for just a moment. We pulled up, do you have that orange notebook exhibit? I can't remember the number of it. Court's indulgence for just a minute, I have the number. I've got it. I'll tell you. Just one moment, I'm sorry, Your Honor. It's hard to keep all these exhibits straight. Can we put up Exhibit 2-66R? It's admitted, Your Honor. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Before we do that, can we put up Exhibit, 2-66R, that's correct. Oh, we don't have they redacted part of it, and we don't have that.
Scott, 2-66R, please.
Would he be so kind? I don't want to accidentally put something up that was redacted, Your Honor.
My apologies, we'll fix that. It's okay. One moment, please. Scott, if we do our normal dance, I'd appreciate it. Two -66R, publish.
Yes, please, Your Honor.
There you go.
All right, and can we, that's what we like to call the orange notebook, right? Because it's like in an orange kid's school notebook, right?
Correct.
Okay, and can you fast forward, Katie, until I tell you to stop? Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Okay, right there. And can you blow out the bottom third of the page? All right, so this orange notebook that was recovered from the house, you don't have any knowledge about the circumstances under which it was prepared, do you? Or why it was written?
I do not.
And you don't know when it was written?
No, I don't.
And this was seized the day Ms. Richins was arrested, which was May 8th, 2023, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
So over a year after Eric's death, right?
Correct.
All right, and here on there is an entry that says on March the 22nd, can you highlight that please, Katie? KOURI starts counseling. Do you see that? You need to say yes.
Yes, sorry.
Did you take any steps to verify if that actually was the date she started doing mental health counseling?
I didn't learn anything about her counseling from interviews that we conducted. We did get KOURI's medical records, and I don't remember if a mental health counselor was part of those, but that's possible.
And I imagine as a, I forgot the word you used, as a serious crime investigator, homicide investigator, detective, death scene investigator, you've dealt with a lot of victims and family members who've been traumatized by a death and have required counseling. Is that fair?
My involvement with victims doesn't usually go that far to know whether they sought counseling or not. We refer them to the Victims Advocate Service, and they're much more equipped to help them with that.
Great. And have you ever heard of what's called trauma journaling?
No.
Do you know what that is?
No.
Okay.
Your Honor, maybe approach us.
I'll move on. I'm done with that. He
Are
doesn't know,
we
so I'll
approaching or moving on?
Why? We're moving on from the subject matter. No need to approach.
Got it.
We are moving on from the subject matter.
Very good.
All right, you also talked about the fact that you found it, I think you said suspicious, but I don't want to put that word in your mouth, but it was of significance to you that Carmen had placed Mr. Richins' obituary on her memory wall or her inspiration wall or whatever. Is that right?
I noticed it, yeah. I mean,
Okay.
it was something that caught my eye.
Did you happen to notice if there were any other obituaries right around it or next to it?
No, I didn't particularly notice.
Can we pull up exhibit? Yes, thank you. The second one, 816R, I think. Oh, it's 15? Okay, 815R. And that's in, Your Honor, if we could publish it.
I can't see it yet, Katie. Oh, you don't have it. My apologies.
Oh, that
Scott,
one's got things
would
blurred.
you help us out? Thank you. Let's see. This is
Yeah.
8-15R. Let me just make sure this is the one you intended, Ms. Nestor.
That is the one.
And Katie does have this one if you wanted to switch back.
Okay,
Yeah, because I'm going to need her to blow it up. Can we
One
switch it
more.
back to her, please? I'm so sorry.
no problem.
There was a recent version where they blurred a lot of children's faces out and stuff. Okay, do you remember this picture we introduced of Mr. Richins' obituary on her memory wall?
Yes.
Can you please blow that up, Katie, to show what's right beside it, or right under it? Do you see another in loving memory right below it?
Yeah, it looks like a program pamphlet from a funeral.
Okay. All right. Also, the C&E hat, I believe, that was on that wall that you noticed. Did you do any investigation to determine if Carmen actually, if Carmen actually did any work for C&E?
Yeah, based on our conversations, she never worked for C&E as a company. She did work on the Richins house. She interacted with Eric, but she was never employed by C&E.
Okay. All right. I also want to show you a text. As part of your investigation of reviewing texts between Eric and KOURI, Katie, if you could pull up Exhibit 2 dash, I believe it's 9. 2-3. Thank you. That's it. Before you look at that, do you recall trying to determine, investigating whether or not KOURI was aware prior to Eric's death that at least some, maybe not the house, but at least some of the assets that belonged to them or to Eric were shielded under some kind of a trust, if she was aware of that before he passed?
Yeah, that was part of our investigation.
All right. And did you review conversations she had with people about that and texts about that and things about that?
I didn't have any recorded conversations that she had had. I guess it depends on the timing that you're asking about.
Okay, I'd like to refresh your recollection and see if you look at these texts, if it reminds you if this is one of the things you looked at in trying to make that determination, okay?
Okay.
Can you blow that up? It's Exhibit 2-3D as in Delta. And just let him look at all of them, please, just slowly. Give him plenty of time to read. Can you go back up? I think we're missing that one. There you go, the next page. Does this refresh your recollection? Do you remember looking at this set of texts between KOURI and Eric?
No, I didn't have time to finish reading that.
Oh, sorry. Keep letting him read it.
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection? Do you remember reviewing this series of texts between KOURI and Eric relating to the trust?
I don't remember, and the context of those messages, I can't say that that's what they're talking about.
Okay, so this does not refresh your recollection.
No.
Okay, court's indulgence for just one moment, Your Honor. Your Honor, may I approach the state? we're working on something, but I'm going to ask a couple more, move back, and then we may come back to it once she's done looking. So was it your understanding, without saying anything anyone told you, when you were conducting your investigation, did you become aware that KOURI knew of at least some portion of the, some aspect of the trust being created before Eric passed?
Objection, Your Honor. More foundation, otherwise it's based on hearsay.
The foundation objection is sustained based upon the witness's prior answer. If you can start smaller, maybe build up to it, there may be some foundation here.
Did you interview people, look at documents, review texts to try to inform your investigation as to whether KOURI knew that Eric had created a trust for at least some portion of their assets prior to his death?
I reviewed information about the trust from several different sources. Everything that I reviewed suggested that she was not aware of how the trust worked or the consequences of the trust.
Totally fair. I think you're right about that. But was she aware that it existed?
Objection, Your Honor. Same foundation objection.
Overruled based upon his prior answer. You can answer, Detective.
I can't think of a specific instance, but I think there was some information that might have suggested that.
Okay, thank you. All right. Now I want to talk about Valentine's Day. You were here when Ms. Staking testified to the jury that in a conversation with a bunch of friends, there was some joking references made to KOURI wanting to poison Eric, and then Eric stating he had an allergic reaction and used an EpiPen. You heard that testimony, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation. That's not what happened.
I think your recitation of Ms. Staking's testimony was correct until the last either sentence or clause.
Okay. Did you become aware that at least in some context there was a discussion on about the Valentine's Day incident relating to Eric taking an EpiPen, using an EpiPen?
Ms. Staking, from my memory, testified that there was a comment made by Eric in a joking manner that KOURI had tried to poison him. And then she said that KOURI's explanation was that it was an allergic reaction.
And that he used an EpiPen, right? Didn't she say that was the very last thing she said, I think?
I think so.
Okay, so did you do any investigation into whether or not Eric was treated regularly for allergies?
Yes.
And in fact, he had an allergy doctor, is that correct?
Yes.
And he had an EpiPen device in the master bathroom that was recovered during the first search.
Probably. I know that there were some located in the refrigerator on one of the searches. EpiPens, that is.
Did you ever investigate whether Eric discussed this allergic reaction with his doctor, his allergy doctor?
I believe one of our investigators contacted the allergy doctor and conducted an interview. I don't remember what the results or content of that interview was.
Did you determine what Eric was allergic to? Was he allergic to avocados or wheat or peanut oil? Do you know?
From what I remember being told by the investigator that had that conversation, it was like seasonal allergies, trees, grasses, dander, things like that.
Okay. Were you ever able to confirm that Eric ever sought any medical treatment for what allegedly happened to him on February 14th?
Just that in his text message, he mentioned that he might go to the hospital. So I don't know for sure if he did, but he was feeling bad enough that he thought he might need to.
Were you ever able to confirm that he did?
No.
Okay. All right, I want to also talk to you about Miss Susan Kohler. Do you know who Susan Kohler is?
Yes.
Who is Susan Kohler?
She's an associate of Carmen Laubers. She worked for Doreen KOURI cleaning houses with Carmen Lauber.
Okay. And in the course of your investigation, what did you determine, if anything, was the role that Susan Kohler played with respect to this case?
We determined that she sold, I think the number was 15 to 20 Roxy's or prescription narcotic pain pills to Carmen at the request of Miss Richins.
Okay. And was Miss Susan Kohler offered immunity like Crozier and Carmen Lauber were?
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you know?
What's the basis of the objection, Mr. Bloodworth? Or do you need to approach?
Relevancy.
Approach for 1 second. The relevance objection is sustained. Ms. Nestor, please proceed.
Did you ever find any evidence or suggestion that anything Susan Kohler sold to Carmen Lauber contained fentanyl?
We found a bag of loose, I believe they were hydrocodone pills, in the mudroom walkway cabinet in the house. They were tested. They did not contain fentanyl.
Thank you. You also testified, I think, yesterday that shortly before Eric passed away, he went on a hunting trip to Mexico. We talked about that a little bit, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Thank you. Was there any effort made to try to track Eric Richins' phone movements while he was in Mexico during that time period?
I don't believe we were able to get any kind of GPS location data from Eric's phone. I think the location data came from call detail records, as was demonstrated by Mr. Contredimos.
And you also reviewed the phone calls. Well, strike that. I'll strike that, Your Honor. Okay, I think I'm almost done. If I can just confer with counsel, I'm going to wrap it up. All right, we're almost done. So just to recap a couple of days of testimony that got interrupted a lot. This investigation has now extended for a period of over 4 years, right?
Correct.
Okay. And during that 4 years period of time, as recently as less than a month ago, you were still issuing search warrants. Is that right?
Yes.
And there were a total of at least 10 searches by law enforcement of Ms. Richins' home. Is that right?
There were 10 search warrants issued, yeah.
And
Or around 10.
you heard that there's also at least 5 multi-day searches by a private investigator. Is that right?
I don't remember if it was 5 days. He said a couple days.
And the agencies that were involved in this case were the Summit County Sheriff, right?
Correct.
The Medical Examiner's Office.
They're not a law enforcement agency.
Well, they have investigator, right? She testified here.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're a civilian investigator.
Fair. Also, there was a private investigator that was involved in this case and communicated with you and provided information.
No, he was involved in the civil case.
Did he provide you information?
He provided our office information. I never talked to him personally.
All right. The DEA was involved in this case, at least briefly.
They never took any official action. Well, I should restate that. They assisted us with forensic tools,
Okay.
like call detail records and things like that.
Homeland Security agent, or I'm sorry, U.S. Postal Service agent was at one of the searches, right?
Yeah, I was aware of that.
We've heard, I believe that we're over 45 witnesses now in this trial. Is that right?
I haven't been counting.
And in all of that, we have no murder weapon. Like, you haven't found anything that was connected to Eric's death. No fentanyl in the house, correct?
There was a boatload of fentanyl in his stomach that came out of the house with him.
Other than this, what's in his stomach? Did you find anything else that had fentanyl in it?
No,
Okay. You can't say how the fentanyl was administered, right?
orally.
Besides orally.
That's all I know is that he took it orally.
We don't know exactly when it happened and what time of night or morning.
We know a time range.
Okay. You can't say the dosage that was ingested, right? 1 pill, 2 pill, 20 pills.
Illicit fentanyl does not come in dosages.
Okay. You can't say what was ingested on Valentine's Day at all, correct?
Fentanyl is definitely ingested. Oh, I'm sorry, on Valentine's Day.
Yes, on Valentine's Day.
No, we don't have any kind of medical examiner's report of his stomach contents from that day.
And on insurance fraud, we have not heard any testimony about any representations that KOURI Richins made to her insurance company, have we?
Objection, Your Honor.
If you put a word to it. Foundation.
Well, foundation also probably then hearsay.
Would you approach for 1 second? State's objections are overruled. If you would restate that question, if you can, exactly as
I will.
necessary.
And we've not heard any testimony in this case about statements or representations KOURI made to her insurance company, correct?
Not statements. We've heard evidence about it.
Okay. And with respect to the forgery count, we've not heard any testimony one way or the other whether Eric gave KOURI permission to sign his name on documents, have we?
I don't think that's required to meet the forgery statute.
Have we heard anything about that? Do you know one way or the other whether Eric allowed KOURI to sign his name on documents as a married couple?
No, but that's still signing someone else's name, even if they give you permission, purporting it to be somebody else's signature.
Okay, well, the judge is going to instruct the jury on what the
Okay.
law is about that. But what I'm asking you is, as the investigator, do you have any knowledge one way or the other if Eric ever said to her, hey, it's okay with me, sign my name, I don't have time to deal with it.
I don't know.
And in fact, what we have heard is that he did give her at least one power of attorney at some point years ago, right?
Objection, well, not objection, may we approach?
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll withdraw that question, Your Honor. And you were here when Mr. Throckmorton, the handwriting expert, testified, and you heard him say that he could not say that KOURI Richins was who signed that document. Did you hear him say that?
I heard him say that it was probably
Probably not Eric.
Eric.
But he could not say that it was signed by KOURI, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I think that's it. I appreciate your patience. Thank you, Detective. Thank you, Your Honor. We tender the witness.
Mr. Bloodworth, within the scope of cross, please.
Detective O'Driscoll, in this case, are you the lead investigator among many investigators?
Yeah, it's a large team. I've had a lot of help.
Does your job in part involve coordinating the activities of all the other sheriff's office investigators?
Yes.
And are you the lead investigator for the sheriff's office as opposed to the county attorney's office?
Correct. I have no authority over what the prosecutor's investigator does.
And does the county's, well, you may have just answered this, but does the county attorney's office have its own investigation capability and authority?
Yes.
Is it your job as lead investigator to be omniscient regarding every investigative detail in this case, to include details of the county attorney's investigation?
No, I can't know every single detail. It's, as defense knows, terabytes of information.
And in early 2023, was your personal investigative focus on determining the source of the fentanyl that caused Eric Richins' death?
Yes, because like I said at the beginning, I came into the investigations division as a narcotics officer. Before I became the lead investigator on this case, that was our focus, is investigating drug-related crimes.
In early 2023, did the sheriff's office have a digital forensics capability even remotely close to the capabilities of Mr. Cotrodimos?
No, that's why we hired him.
And in early 2023, did the sheriff's office have any forensic accounting capability whatsoever?
In which year? Which date did you say?
Early 2023.
They had a little. I mean, how early? Not until March and April.
Well, let me ask you
January, zero.
this. And any forensics accounting capability close to that of Brooke Carrington?
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you say forensic accounting?
Forensic accounting.
I'm sorry. I misheard. I thought you said digital forensics. No, the sheriff's office has no experts in forensic accounting.
And is part of the reason that they have no forensics accounting experts and minimal digital forensics experts because you have a small office, right?
Yeah, it's relatively small.
Did the county attorney's office become involved in this case in early May of 2023 when me charged KOURI Richins.
Yes, we only met with the prosecutors about a week before to give them our probable cause information.
Subsequent to charging Ms. Richins, did the county attorney's office engage Mr. Cochadimos and Ms. Carrington?
Yes.
And is Mr. Cochadimos the investigator who analyzed the digital forensics, including cell tower mapping and cell phone data?
Yes.
And was it Ms. Carrington that investigated and analyzed the forensic accounting, including the closing on the Midway Mansion?
Yes.
And does the state provide the material from each of their investigations to the defense in discovery?
As far as I know, yes.
Do you recall in cross-examination when defense counsel picked a sentence from a May 2023 interview of Carmen Lauber, where it was either you or Detective Maynard told Carmen Lauber that she was something like the biggest piece of the puzzle?
Yes, I remember that.
What was the context of that comment?
She said something about, can we just lay out all the information, all the pieces in front of us? Because we were trying to establish a timeline. And we told her, you're the biggest piece. You're the biggest part of the information that we don't know.
And
She
did-
had the information.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. And did that context involve a piece of the drug purchase timeline rather than a piece of this whole giant case?
Correct. The timeline of her involvement, not necessarily the entire case.
And did that interview predate any information on the forensic accounting?
Yes.
And
We
did it,
didn't even get into that until well after.
and did it predate any of Mr. Cochadimos' investigation?
Yes.
And did it predate your understanding of KOURI Richins' relationship with Josh Grossman?
Yes.
Do you recall whether that empty 2016 hydrocodone bottle that went with Eric Richins' body to the medical examiner's office, was discarded by the medical examiner's office in August of 2022?
Object to hearsay.
Please lay some foundation. Sustained.
Do you recall what happened with the empty 2016 hydrocodone bottle?
Made my objection.
Detective, it's a yes or no. Start there.
Yes.
How do you know what happened with the 2016 empty hydrocodone bottle?
I was told by other investigators that they're
Objection.
Sustained on hearsay.
Did you or Detective Maynard give Carmen Lauber a ride to anywhere other than Wasatch County Drug Court or her attorney's office?
just here to this building.
To this building?
To
or
meet
this
with
building?
prosecutors or talk with her attorney. They're here.
Can investigators force someone anyone to speak with them if that person does not want to speak with them?
No.
Can investigators seize someone's cell phone without a warrant based upon probable cause?
No. It has to be consent or a warrant.
At any time, have you believed that the walk the dog letter gave you probable cause to seek a warrant to seize Ronald Darden's cell phone?
No, it didn't contain enough information for me to have gotten a warrant.
Did your investigation determine that the EpiPens recovered from the Richins home were for one of the Richins children?
Yes.
The GIF image, the one with Kevin Spacey that says, idiots, idiots everywhere. Is that from the TV show House of Cards?
From my understanding, yes.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, is he finished? We have no further questions, thank you.
May we release this witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Bloodworth.
Yes, Your Honor.
Detective O'Driscoll, you are free to go. You are released from any subpoena.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, the state has a stipulation to admit, I don't even think we have to publish it, so if the state could, I think we've marked it as 865, we'll admit that
objection.
now.
Okay. Can I see it for a moment?
Your Honor, ma'am.
Please. Do you want me to give the Mujisik stipulation of fact preamble and read this to the jury? Or do you want to just admit it?
Your Honor, I think if we can just admit it now, during jury instructions, when the court would instruct on that, we can read this
All right, we'll have a
stipulation.
discussion about whether to convert this into a stipulation of fact instruction when the time comes.
Right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. States Exhibit 8-65, titled Stipulation of Fact, is admitted by stipulation between the parties. Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, state's in an interesting posture.
Do you need a moment on the record outside the presence of the jury?
We do.
Okay. I think this would be an appropriate time to just set a schedule for the rest of the day. Are we going to be able to, it seems likely to me, you tell me, that we'll be taking a recess now but not coming back for about 90 minutes. Does that sound about right?
Your Honor, that's my sense of it. I'm waiting on a defense decision.
Okay. Well, in either way, I'll bet you a steak dinner it's going to be about 90 minutes, but we're going to rise for the jury, and I'll send out word through the bail.
All rise for the jury. It's a lot of steaks.
We have lunch coming today, right? Okay, very good. That's fine. I just think they appreciate Ellie.
Yeah.
Have a seat, folks. Thank you.
I knew you were on it.
All right, Mr. Bloodworth, we're on the record. The jury is not present. Tell me what's up.
Your Honor, the state's waiting on the defense's decision regarding the Norris matter, because if they want to proceed in one fashion, the state will call some additional witnesses in its case in chief. If they want to proceed in another fashion, then the state will rest.
This is what I was trying to tease out, and I apologize for not being more specific. Given that they did not open the door to this issue through any of the state's witnesses in the state's case of chief so far, I understand the possible order of events from this point forward to be they'll make a decision about whether in the defense case to open the door to it. If they do, the state would be able to respond by, among other things, publishing evidence of Mr. Jeff's statements and, forgive me, the other gentleman,
Bond Savage.
Mr. Bondsavage's statements as part of the state's response to or rebuttal of the defense's theory of a failure or to investigate or incomplete investigation. But they haven't opened the door yet, so I don't think there's any need or ability for the state to get into it in its case in chief.
Okay, Your Honor, then the state rests.
Okay. With the state having rested, Ms. Nestor, does the defense have a motion?
We do, Your Honor. Mr. Ramos is going to take care of that.
Your Honor, under both Rule 17-0 as well as 77-17-13, discharge for insufficient evidence. The defense presents the following and moves for a directed verdict. At the conclusion, this is just for the record, Judge, as Your Honor knows, at the conclusion of the evidence by the prosecution, which has just been done, the court may issue an order dismissing any information or indictment or any count thereof upon the ground that the evidence is not legally sufficient to establish the offense or offenses charged therein or any lesser included offense. Judge, based on the evidence that has been presented over the past 10 days or so, including all inferences, of course, that can be reasonably drawn from the evidence, it is the position of the defense that some evidence exists from which a reasonable jury could find that some, however, not all of the elements of the crimes that have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. In terms of the sufficiency of the evidence, Judge, I'll start backwards, starting with count 5. With regards to the forgery, even looking at all the inferences in favor of the state, we do not believe that the state has proven a specific intent to defraud as it relates to the forgery. There's no proof that the signature was done without Eric's authority. And even assuming that the defendant, Ms. Richins, signed on behalf of Eric with or without permission, that itself does not conclusively presume that because she signed the name of Eric, that a forgery has occurred. The act, in other words, of signing another's name without permission doesn't constitute forgery, again, unless it was done with the intent to defraud, which we don't believe it has been met here. In terms of count 4, and forgive me, Judge, the way I'm approaching this is based primarily on the information, the criminal information, as the facts were laid out there. It was a bit difficult to follow through the testimony as to exactly what the state's position is. According to the criminal information, the basis for the true stage, count 4, insurance fraud is that Ms. Richins, or rather, True Stage left the voicemail with Ms. Richins requesting a copy of the prescription, any prescription Mr. Richins had for fentanyl. Then later that same day, Ms. Richins informed True Stage that fentanyl was not prescribed and that she had no idea how Eric obtained the fentanyl.
I think it's that last clause of that sentence that this is the state's prima facie showing. Do you see it differently?
And taking that as their basis, what the evidence has shown thus far has been that Ms. Richins sought and procured oxy from Ms. Lauber, that while Ms. Lauber indicated that it was fentanyl, her source, Mr. Crozier, provided fentanyl, that Mr. Crozier did not provide fentanyl. Rather, he provided prescription-grade oxys. From that moment, from the supplier, Mr. Crozier, to Ms. Lauber, the evidence is that what was provided was oxy.
May I ask you a direct question about that?
Sure.
Why couldn't a jury, properly instructed on the law and consistent with the court's duty when considering a motion for directed verdict, drawing all inferences in the state's favor, view the evidence as showing that Robert Crozier sold to Carmen Lauber 15 to 30 bluish pills marked M30. Carmen Lauber provided them to KOURI Richins, and then, based upon the testimony of Eric Haskell, that during that time frame, bluish pills marked M30 likely contained fentanyl.
Two responses. One, the testimony from Mr. Crozier as to the quantity and the amount per pill does not jive at all with the Haskell testimony as to how much fentanyl grade, or I guess street level, non-prescription pills were going for. what was indicated in the evidence was the amount that was paid was consistent with prescription grade oxys. So that's how I would answer Your Honor's question.
Okay.
Count 3, as I understand it, is that Ms. Richins, again according to the criminal information, had indicated a phone number with an incorrect digit. The signature on the application that purported to be Mr. Richins is a forgery. We talked about count 5. And then in the context, and I think it was also the P.O. box. I imagine they were trying to establish that Mr. Richins didn't have access to that or something to that effect. I don't believe any evidence has been presented to that degree, or that.
The P.O. box, circumstantial evidence that Eric didn't know about it.
Not necessarily.
If I view the inferences in the light most favorable to the state.
And even with that, Judge, I mean, there was no evidence presented at all that from the Postal Service or anybody saying that Mr. Richins had no idea that that P.O. box existed. There was a statement and a question made by, I believe, the state, but no evidence was presented to show that that was actually the case. That's how I would answer Your Honor's question. Also an interesting point. Term life insurance. At the moment that she allegedly signed on behalf of Eric and was submitted and was paid from her account, I am not certain that Your Honor could find that that term life insurance actually had value. What I mean by that is that there is case law, of course, in the civil process or context, that in the context of term life insurance, Utah courts have specifically addressed whether such policies have value as property. And the Court of Appeals in Beckham v. Beckham, I didn't write down the citation, I'll provide that, Your Honor, held that term life insurance policies generally have no cash value and therefore no property value. This is, of course, in the context of marital assets. So I bring that up. I think that's an interesting point. Obviously, it was marked for $100,000, but the actual value of that, I don't know, it raises an interesting issue.
Doesn't the statute talking about the elements of that particular crime for count 3 talk about property, money, or things obtained or sought to be obtained?
Correct. And that was going to be my last point, is at that moment, what the state needed to provide or prove, put forth evidence, is that at the moment that Ms. Richins allegedly signed on behalf of Mr. Richins for $100,000 term life insurance, that at that moment she knew that she was going to attempt to take her husband's life. And I don't believe they've met that, Judge. That's how I would answer that.
Okay.
With regards to count 2 and 1, most of these arguments overlap, but I will attempt to keep them separate, Judge. As I understand it, in order for them to have met the elements, in order for Ms. Richins to be found guilty of an attempt, she must engage in conduct constituting a substantial step towards the commission of the offense. Here, information has been, evidence has been presented that she did seek to obtain oxy. We've had that discussion. Obtaining that oxy, just obtaining the oxy itself, is mere preparation. There is case law, as I'm sure Your Honor is aware, in State v. Johnson, 821 P2D 1150, that indicates that that is not enough. coupled with the information that we just discussed as to whether it was oxy, whether it was fentanyl, I believe that's even Ms. Richins' case currently is even in a better posture than Ms. Johnson. So with that, if we look at it in the context of the Valentine's Day, there is no evidence at this point that what was obtained was fentanyl, one. Even if it was oxy and she sought to obtain that, beyond that, there's nothing else, no other evidence that indicates that Ms. Richins took those pills, the greenish-blue ones, I think at that time 15 milligrams is what Mr. Crozier said, and did anything else with it. I think the evidence as to Mr. Richins ingesting a sandwich is clear. In terms of Ms. Richins picking it up, absolutely. That his reaction was a result of that and not anything else, I believe that the evidence is scant. Your Honor has a question.
No, I'm following.
I will say that even in the Johnson case, the evidence was clear that the defendant in that case had actually obtained a specific type of drug, methamphetamine. So even in that case, they knew exactly what was obtained. Here, it's unclear what was obtained. I will add this before I forget. It relates to all of this in your prior question. In terms of the pills, Ms. Lauber testified the amount of pills that was significantly different from what Mr. Crozier had indicated, as well as the packaging. I believe that's important in the court's consideration in terms of what type of pills ultimately were given from Mr. Crozier to Ms. Lauber. This same argument, not to rehash it, applies to count one. And it leaves us with the administering of the drug. Zero evidence has been presented besides that fentanyl was in his system, in his gastric, and it was possibly orally ingested. There has been no evidence in terms of the administering of whatever it was at all. Judge, for those reasons, the defense requests that Your Honor exercise your duty under both the Rule 17 as well as the code, and we move for directed verdict on those counts, Judge, for those reasons, unless Your Honor has any questions.
I do not. You'll get the last word.
Thank you.
Your Honor, can I perhaps begin by asking the court if the court has any particular element that they would like the state to speak on?
No, I understand the standard. I believe I understand the state's theory on each of the counts, especially 1, 2, 3, and 4. Speak to count 5 if you want to. Specifically, Mr. Rambas's argument regarding lack of believable evidence regarding intent to defraud.
Your Honor, it ties into count 3, right? It's the same insurance. This is the $100,000 true stage policy. And the scheme charge, the scheme fraud in count 3 is that KOURI Richins, at the time she took out that $100,000, well, this is interesting. The timing doesn't matter for count 3, but the timing does matter for count 5. That as it relates to count 5, at the time she forged Eric Richins' signature, she intended to the fraud. I think the evidence that supports her intent is the fact that nothing on the face of the application indicates that Eric would know of this application, right? The mailing address, the email address, the phone number, everything, the payment, everything comes back to KOURI Richins. And she signed this, I think it was late January 2023, at a time when she had,
January 29, 2022, correct?
I'm sorry, 2022. It was the end of January 2022, at a time when she had already begun asking Hayden Jeffs and Carmen Lawler for drugs of some sort, at a time when she had already expressed her interest in starting a fresh life with Josh Grossman, and at a time when, she had told Becky Lloyd that she would be better off if Eric was dead, and at a time when she had told Josh Grossman if he would just go away. So there is sufficient evidence, in the light most favorable to the state, that a reasonable jury could find that on January the 29th, when she forged Eric Richins' name, she had intended the entire fraud scheme that's charged in count 3.
Understood. Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Ramos, anything further, sir?
Just briefly, and this is, of course, if Mr. Bloodworth wants to respond to this, I did neglect in my argument initially as to count 2 the testimony regarding the joking nature conversation that Ms. Stakings had that she testified to with both Ms. Richins and Mr. Eric Richins. Of course, Your Honor, heard that, so I would just add that for the record.
Understood.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bloodworth, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right, folks. I appreciate the argument. This is an important motion. Let me just take 5 minutes to collect my thoughts, and I'll give you a ruling. We'll be in recess until 5 of noon. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, we'll see what 5 minutes really means. Although that didn't just take 90 minutes, but we're not done yet. What do you guys want to do on the lunch break? Should we watch a body cam? Probably isn't going to be that long. I mean, not as long as the other breaks. But at least it'll be definitive. Cliff says, folks, he isn't going to dismiss the case in 5 minutes, so we know the ruling already. Absolutely. Well, I mean, he could have said 45 minutes, and I think we'd know. Rev up the body cams? Okay. Since I've been watching this, I haven't really had a chance to find many body cams, but I think I've got a few more that saved up. But if someone has suggestions. Oh, and I know we were talking about also watching that J-Bay arrest. It's really bad. It's the one that led to the conversation, the text conversation that Hear Me Out had about sending him a grenade with a pin pulled. West Coast says, I like that the prosecutor really hit on everything that leads back to Corey. The boom. Yeah. Toady do. Cliff, do you think the jury is seeing the case like the rest of us? Joe Kate asked. I think the suggestion, Jackie, was the J-Bay arrest. That's the one I remember. And then the one that we watched, which was the woman who kept calling for Austin. I think that was Nicole who suggested that, but maybe, yeah, Cliff says yes. I agree. The jury almost always sees it the way we do, I feel like. Michael's down for anything because he's got a hamburger and fries now, so. Yeah. No, no more Austin. No, we're not doing Austin again. That's a one-off. There are some that you can watch more than once, but that's not one of them. Too much screaming. Austin is really good, but we watched it yesterday. She's a bit of a one-trick pony, that girl. We saw some good ones yesterday. The cop who was stalking his girlfriend. That one is horrible, but good. And that one the woman who was beating up her boyfriend. Hi, Marie says, I don't think you can hype this until it's over, but I appreciate the sentiment. I hope you're doing well. After this trial, I'm gonna start making some videos again because I'm hoping to make one while it's still on. I have it all planned, but you know. Yeah, it's very hard not to laugh when he laughs also, I find. Plus, that was really funny. I don't know, it just struck me as so funny. And I didn't see it coming, you know. Austin woman gave me heartburn. Yeah, Monique. Imagine how Austin feels. I don't know if there's court tomorrow. I'm thinking no, but because they took the day off, basically, yesterday and the day before, all combined, there might be. No, she's no Shakira Flabbergasted, but she's similar, actually. Yes, what? What was the question? I forgot. Oh, is there court tomorrow? There is? So maybe we'll watch. So J Bay is a fat activist, body positivity for morbidly obese people, and she is just horrible, just a horrible person. And it's kind of heavy, you know. I mean, no pun intended. I mean, she gets arrested, but they can't really move her, and she's just horrible. We can try it. You think we're leaving for the day? Really? Billie Jean, you missed the defense trying to admit some evidence that was not going to be good for them because then they'd have to admit all kinds of stuff. Open the doors, if you will. And then they finished questioning that lead investigator. I can't tell. I mean, for me, the defense never makes much headway. So, you know, because I just think they're screwed, and they screw themselves even more, just by being nasty and disorganized. And the state just rested. Yeah, you missed a few dozen breaks. You missed more breaks than court, including this one, which I'm pretty sure is over 5 minutes by now. I don't know what he's doing back there because he's not thinking. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, because the defense is not ready. That, it will be disgraceful if that's the
Okay.
case.
We're back on the record in case 231-500139.
Counsel for the state are present, counsel for defendant and the defendant are present. The issue before the court is defendant's motion for a directed verdict seeking dismissal of counts 1 through 5 in the operative information. It has long been established that the elements needed to make out a cause of action may be proven by direct and by circumstantial evidence. And if there is any evidence, however slight or circumstantial, which tends to show guilt of the crime charged or any of its degrees, it is the trial court's duty to submit the case to the jury. When evaluating a motion for directed verdict, the court is not free to weigh the evidence and thus invade the province of the jury, whose prerogative it is to judge the facts. Rather, the court's role is to determine whether the state has produced believable evidence on each element of the crimes from which a jury, acting reasonably, could convict the defendant. Not will, not would, but could. Moreover, the evidence must be viewed in the light most favorable to the state. Applying these legal principles as announced by the Utah Supreme Court in State versus Montoya, 2004 UT 5. The court finds that the state has established a prima facie case against defendant KOURI Richins by producing believable evidence of each element of each crime charged in the operative information. Defendant's motion for directed verdict is respectfully denied. Ms. Nestor, you asked for time to speak with your client to make some strategic decisions. Is between now and 1 p.m. sufficient time?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, anything further before we recess until 1 o'clock?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
No, sir.
All right. We'll be in recess until 1 p.m., just confirming that to the extent the defendant will be putting on evidence or calling witnesses, you have a couple in the wings. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. 1 p.m. Thank you for your time. Court's in recess.
You missed some trifling motions from the defense, and now we're on an hour break. An hour, right? Yeah. Wait. Yeah. Yes. Hi, Matthew. Yeah, I don't think she liked it either. But KOURI, doesn't seem to really like much of anything, and I can't say that I blame her. No, Suzanne, you weren't wrong. They're not ready. So you were right about that. I'm sure they would love to take the day, but they can't because they already fucked around and found out about the last time they tried to take 2 days. Someone just wrote something like J-Bay and then nothing, so. You think it's plea time? Who says that? You think Beaches? I don't know. Can they do that now? I guess they can do it. Hey, Dreadful Penny. whenever they want. Rotten hell, respectfully. Joe Kate, it's not just math. I had to remove 2 hours from the time here that it is here. That's 2 out. That's 2. That's like a number minus 2. Okay. It's an advanced move. I think. Is it 2 hours? I always forget. And you know who I blame? Hear me out, because he fucked me over with his stupid time difference. With smoke and mirrors and confusion, Carolina, that's how they're going to put on their defense. Yeah, I think this is actually going to be even more entertaining. Not that court is there to be entertaining, but, you know, than the first part, which normally I prefer the state, but... You think she'll delay again? Can she? I mean, I don't know. Is it me, or did these people? It's not like they didn't know this trial was coming, right? What do you resent, Matthew? What did I do? What I do now? Oh, the PST is not intentional. I know. It's really not his fault that he lives someplace where the time doesn't make any sense to me. It's because it's, oh, I can't even talk about it. I'll confuse myself even more. It's always Hear Me Out's fault, really. That's true. And he would agree with that, which is why he lives to see another day. Dreadful Penny, sometimes when I'm listening to you and Hear Me Out, I feel like your name should be switched. I don't know. I feel like he screams a lot more than I do. Or is that what you mean? Oh, you said Jay is mental. Yeah. Oh, that's who you said has mental issues. Yeah. Yeah, oh, yes, that's the other thing. It's like, I don't know if McCull is here, but she had, maybe she's another suggestion, but if not, I'm going to find one now. Yeah, Washington is problematic in general, I feel. Is that where you are, Matthew? The screaming behind me? Boom. Or outside, rather. Oh, you think we're going to be able to see the witch versus widow picture again? I mean, the young, whatever. I don't know. Was the widow the young woman? Is that what they're trying to tell us? Yeah, his Corey laugh is really good. Hi, Beth. What do you mean it's 2 hours? It's 2 hours, right? It's an hour break they're taking. Is that correct? Am I right? Oh, you're in San Fran. Oh, yeah, like Miyagi. I forgot. Yes, Billie Jean, that's her. Well, they're behind me outside. I have an alarm on my fire escape. Don't worry. Thank you, Beaches. That's what I thought. Okay. Phew. Right, they're on Mount. That's the thing that gets me is the 2 hour versus the 3 hour. And I never know what's what, because to me, everything is just New York City and not New York City. You know what I mean? And I know, like, I think Minnesota's like an hour earlier. Thank you, Dreadful. Oh, Boom was talking about Hear Me Out versus you screaming versus me screaming. I can't tell. I always assume I'm yelling more and interrupting more. So when people say he's interrupting me, I'm like, he is? I mean, I'm not, I know his personality, you know, but as would be very quick to tell us it's his channel. But you'll notice that on my channel, I pretend that I can't have him as a guest due to technology. Oh, really, West Coast? I thought that they play it, you like to watch it live. Typical New Yorker, I know. All right, let's take a look. Let's look for... I'm just going to do a random search and see what we get. We'll find out the hard way together. What cops found on her phone destroyed her. Teacher arrested after Snapchat's AI reported her to the FBI. Drunk man attacks woman and child at airport. Oh, we do like the airport ones. Let's see how this is. If it sucks, we won't watch it.
Officers responded to a disturbance report at an airport gate after a passenger began causing a disruptive scene while boarding preparations were underway. Is it tied?
They're right here, right here. What happened? Hey, bro, I'm off duty from Jersey if you need help. Yeah, I'm just looking for the bad guy. Hey, bad guy's inside. He just went inside. He's right here. Sir, put your hands behind your back for me. No, put your hands behind your back for me. Put your hands behind your back for me. I'm good. Oh! Get on the ground! 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 Hands it back! Get on the ground! Hands it back! Get on the ground! Hands it back! Hands it again! Hands again! Put your hands behind your back! Put your hands behind your back! Give me your cup. All right. You cover him, I'll cover him. No, you stop! You stop! 22, show me that Allergy. 46. Have one. On the side? Roll it on your side, bro. Relax. Roll you over, all right? Watch the phones. statement and then I'll verify what you saw?
You do have to catch a flight, but
Is it boarding?
I don't know if it's boarding or not. It's starting to board.
I'll get you have your ID?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, just take a picture of your ID.
I did give the ladies my number because I wanted them to be safe. So.
Next shell. What did you say?
So they were sitting next to us, and he was getting kind of loud, and then
Right here in this area?
right here, right in these seats here, and he was getting kind of loud, and then she was sitting next to me, and he actually said to her, he says, "Oh, really? I'm being bad?" And he says, "I'll drop you right here." And I leaned over to her and I said, "Are you safe?"
So you told her I was going to drop you right
He
here?
was going to drop his wife.
Right.
He threatened to and all sorts of stuff. But I did get security and I tried to help. So
Good. I
all right,
appreciate you.
thank you.
No, but he was trying to threaten them. And with the girls, he was being aggressive, like pushing them, like, come on. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to touch you.
You're fine. Oh, so he was pushing the kid.
Yeah, but it was more for the, because he sees us. I don't even know if he knows where he's at right now. And he was cursing at random people, like the lady that was sitting there next to us.
Because on the way here, they were telling us that he had put hands on you.
He was trying to pull my hair. He was saying,
Yeah, that's what they told us on the radio. That's why we're coming fast.
Yeah.
Investigators say the incident began at a departure gate inside Orlando International Airport when a man who admitted drinking before his flight became aggressive toward family members while waiting to board. Witnesses reported yelling, profanity, and physical confrontations involving adults and a young child before airport staff intervened. He was identified as 34-year-old Ryan.
Sure he's okay. I want to double him up. You guys pull those out? Watch. That's all right. Watch. I got this. Watch that. No, you watch that. Watch that. We got to clean him up. Give me a paper towel. Just think about. We'll be fine. I've been done twice. What? Fire department's going to clean up your blood. The fuck is that? Got laceration? You got a boo-boo on your arm. They're going to come clean you up. Just give me that. Give me that right now. Guy, give me the phone. Listen to me. Give me the phone. You're under arrest. Give me the fucking phone. Stop. Give me the phone. Like a child. Give me the fucking phone. Basically, like the fire department. You want to live or not? Yeah, I'm sorry. Give me the phone or not. All right. You need to talk. Sorry, I'll be doing the report, so I needed to hear from the horse's mouth. Okay, tell me from the beginning what transpired here.
So we received a call from the agent at gate 48 that a supervisor.
If you want to take it off so you can catch your voice better, it's okay.
That we need a supervisor. There's a customer being abusive towards his family. So then I'm usually the ramp supervisor, but since she goes by herself, I was like, I'll go up with you. You know what I mean? So I came up, and as soon as I came up, she came over here like, no, we gotta call the police because he was screaming already in the gate area, and everybody's just staring, And she's kind of, the wife, her sister, and the kids were like kind of like in the corner, like right there, sitting in the front, and I noticed that there was fear. So then I looked at them. I'm like, are you guys okay? And then she's like, no, we need help. So that's when I pulled out. I told him to come with me, that I needed to talk to him away from the gate area. He just looked at me crazy and he didn't get up. So then I told them, you guys step away, and I kind of got in between where he was sitting and where she was. And this was right there in the front where the kid with the burgundy. So I told her to come back here where this area is kind of away from him. So when she did that, he started following and getting aggressive verbally. So then I told him,
because you're trying to talk to her, right? You're trying to talk to her.
No, I wanted to keep him away from her. You know what I mean? Because I saw the aggression building. So when he started walking, following me, like trying to get here to them, and I was like, sir, I'm going to call the police. You need to step away. So then he started walking that way, like rushing, like he was trying to get away. So the family came here, and I followed to see where he went so we can notify you guys. You know what I mean? Not close. I let the distance. You know what I mean? And he stopped at 42 and he was trying to blend in. So I came back, and as soon as I came back, somebody said he's coming back, and I looked. And I told the family, I scanned my badge in here, and I was like, you guys come in here, because to me, this is a secured area on the jet bridge, you know what I mean, to keep them away. So I closed the door, and the kids are crying, and they're saying he gets like that when he drinks, he's abusive, he gets aggressive.
And who was telling you that?
The wife. She's like, he's going to hurt somebody. He's going to hurt somebody. And I was like, he can't get in here. He busted that door open like nothing,
When
like
you
it
say
was open.
busted,
Like
okay,
he
was
went,
the door- was
pulled
the
it
door
up.
like this?
It was locked. Like if you try to
Just
go
like
in there
that?
right now, it's not gonna open.
Right.
So that's what I thought. Yeah, right. He just went boof and opened the door, and I told him, "Sir, you can't be in here." And he just kind of shoved me out the way, like get out of my way. But with his body,
Right,
not
right.
his
No,
hands.
that's
you know what I
still
mean?
a battery.
So,
That's still a battery.
so once he went in the jet bridge and he was telling her, like, "You really doing this to me?" And he grabbed his cell phone and went boof right in there in the jet bridge. Like he grabbed it like this.
Stop. Repeat that again. I don't
So
want to
he
miss that.
grabbed it like this, right?
You're holding
Let's
your
say
phone?
this is So let's say this is the inside of the jet bridge, right? And he went boof like that, like he hit the cell phone with the wall.
His cell phone or your cell phone?
His cell phone, not mine. Mine's is better.
Oh,
But
okay. His cell phone.
right,
Okay,
his
okay.
cell phone.
He
So
never
he was
touched
just
your
trying to
cell
hit
phone.
something, but he hit the
Gotcha.
wall. So then I told him,
Get
"Sir,
a little scared?
Huh?
Did you get a little scared because of his
Not
state of mind,
really.
his
My
aggression?
mindset was more.
You know?
I wasn't
Because you were there that time. You were
I
there
was-
alone, right? With him.
with the family. I was more being overprotective with them because I knew that he will harm her. You know what I mean? So obviously, yeah, you're gonna be scared. It's a big ass guy. You know what I mean? But that kind of went away for a little bit because I was more trying to protect them. You know what I mean? So
And I'm talking about here. I'm talking about on the jet bridge now. When
Yeah, I
you
was
said
there.
he, that's
of
that's what I'm
course,
saying.
of course. So, anyways, I'm looking at him, his whole movement in there, and then I kind of talked him onto, look, come on, guys, let's go out here. And she started grabbing everything, and he walked out, and I closed the door again. So this time around, I was holding the handle inside of there and trying to put my body to it, and holding the side, the corner here,
Where you hear,
and
okay.
pulling it on me. Because every time that he would try to open it, I would pull it on.
So
me.
he was.
He was trying to go in again. Because
he was trying to go back
when
in.
we were gonna exit out, there she was grabbing everything.
This is hers. You might want to answer. Thank you.
I told him when I told him, come on, let's go out there. I'm gonna book you guys so he could calm down. So as soon as he went out first, and she was grabbing her stuff, I went and I slammed the door onto me again. And this time, I kind of put my foot on the corner and I was pulling the door on me, the handle, like to exit.
And you were in the jet bridge
I
while
was
you
in
were
the jet bridge and the family was behind me. So then
And he was here.
she called. Yep.
Right? He was
She called her mom or his mom, and she was telling him on FaceTime what he's doing, and she's crying behind me while I'm holding the door. Then I couldn't hold it no more because I was pinching my finger, and he pulled it, and he got in again, and he kind of again pushed me out the way with his body, like trying to get to her.
That's a battery, man. It's still a battery.
And, you know, after he did that, you know, he's trying to get to her and telling her, we're getting on this flight, and he's walking down like there's a plane. I'm like, sir, there's not a plane there.
But the plane had left.
There's no plane.
Oh, there was never a
I was
plane.
just trying to keep
There
them
was never a
secured,
plane.
you know what I mean? So then he's like, no, I'm going to go on the plane. I'm going to go on the plane. I'm like, sir, there's no plane there. So he walked all the way down. But when he saw there wasn't a plane, then he started walking up, and I'm trying to calm him down, like, sir, let me go up here. You're going to go on the flight. Your family's going to go on the flight. Just hold on for a second, you know what I mean? And that's, you know, I opened the door again,
The
and
whole
he
time
came
you tried
out.
to talk to him and calm him down.
To kind of think I'm getting on a plane, I'm okay. So then I closed it again. And that's when you guys came. Or no, second, no, I'm lying.
Because when I came, he was coming out.
No. So the second time, there was no third time. As soon as he came out, you know, I kind of heard, I don't know who showed up first. You showed up first? And I got the family out when I saw you coming. I told him, come on. And she kind of went that way.
But he was coming from here when I saw him.
Exactly. When he came out, when I opened the door and he came out, I saw you. You were coming. So then the family, I told them to go this way. Like, come on, grab the stuff and go around.
Gotcha.
As tensions escalated, authorities say the man ignored attempts to separate him from the group, forced his way toward the jet bridge, and began banging on a secured door while shouting threats as alarms sounded nearby. Employees attempted to move families and children away from the area, but the situation quickly turned chaotic as officers rushed in to regain control.
Because I drank. I wanted to get on this out of flight.
Well, let me ask you this right here. You said that you were drunk. Now, I'm going to ask you a personal question. Now, this is just me and you talking. Were you drunk or are you drunk? Do you have a problem?
Both.
Hey, honesty, I like it.
Both.
I like it. You know, and you know, this is not how to begin or end a vacation at all. Did you understand what the officers were there for?
I never said I did.
But I'm asking you. I'm asking you.
I understand what they're there for, yeah. I understand what he's here for. You got it, bro. And so is he.
You're here for your family. Fix your problems for your family.
I understand what you're here for. And I love the military. I'm here for the military, so
I appreciate that.
I'll do anything I can. I will. Just be. Give me about 500 push-ups. I'll do it.
Like I say, why didn't you just comply with the officers what they needed?
It's my wife and her sister, but I would. At 100%. No problem. I'll comply with you, whatever you say.
Yeah. Well, right now it's all over with. It's done. You know, of course, you know you got to go to jail. So we can't change that.
So how long are we going to jail for?
That'll be up to the judge. You know, I mean, like if you're from out of state, that changes the bond. You know, your attitude, will, you know, any past histories that you've got, you know, being cooperative from this point out.
You can't let me go from here.
Can't. Sorry. But, you know that ship sailed when you decided not to comply.
I want to comply with any one of you. I don't want to get teased. I don't want to get, you know.
Nobody wants to tease you. We don't like you using this stuff.
So you can't help me out?
There's no helping you, sir.
Yeah. Now everything's on you. Our job here is this, John. Our job is to come to the call, to answer the call to the crime that was witnessed, to try and investigate it, to try and give you an opportunity. But if you don't give it, and you're going to resist.
Go ahead, you got it. I'm not going to resist. I'm not resisting.
But outside of that, our stake in this is done. Except getting you to the jail safely. After that, it will be between you, the judge, the courts, your wife, and your family. We have no personal stake in it.
Can't help me at all.
The only thing we can do is just wish you the best. We hold no ill will towards you at all.
1 second. Ryan, you got to listen to us when we tell you how to get in this car because you're a big guy.
Yeah.
All right? Look at me. Face me.
Not a big guy.
Right.
You're a big guy. You're bigger than me.
Right, butt first and watch your head, okay?
There you go.
All right, now see if you can kind of kick in.
Scoot yourself back a little.
There you go. You got it. Just watch your feet.
What's that?
On the cage there, on the top.
What is a race car?
All right. We're going to turn on the AC for you, okay?
Love you.
All right.
Thank you.
Later, officers arrested Ryan, 34, and he was charged with child abuse, disorderly intoxication, domestic violence with battery, resisting an officer with violence. What began as a boarding delay at Orlando International Airport escalated after Ryan, intoxicated and aggressive, assaulted family members and airport staff, ignored police commands, and forced officers to use a taser before taking him into custody. He was later booked into Orange County Jail on multiple charges and permanently barred from flying with United Airlines, ending a chaotic incident sparked by alcohol, anger, and loss of control. What's your take on situations like this? Share your thoughts in the comments and subscribe for more real-world case breakdowns.
We have in the steps where the is gonna walk out and let me in my room. Get the away! I'm so tired of everybody telling me.
Sorry. I've seen this one, I think. I think we may have seen it together, actually. I'll look for another one. I didn't get anything from you yet, Claire. We've got about a half an hour, so we'll watch. I mean, I don't understand how that guy got so normal so fast, and if he's capable of that, then get your shit together. That's what drives me crazy, is when crazy people can act normal when they feel it's convenient for them. You know, just to like lull people into a false sense of security. Bastards. We've seen so many good ones. Let's see what else we got here. Road raging couple quickly regret confronting off-duty cop. Oh, when creep realizes he's been caught, he does look kind of creepy. It's only 11 minutes long, but...
The girl said you rubbed her on the leg and said that she had nice legs.
Yeah,
Maybe
she was skinny. I don't like fat women. Hey, how are you doing? Good. What's up?
Sorry.
Pertaining to that. Okay, so that's what
I don't have any emails yet.
Just happened to be dressed up.
Yeah. Remember that?
That sounds good.
Okay.
Do you hear the video? Because I do, but it's muted. It's supposed to be muted.
Show me that. I'm sure she would like to see it. It'd probably be
Thank you, A to
beneficial.
B. It's, let me spell it out loud. It's SUMMA
happened,
CUM
witnesses that
loudmouth,
were you gonna say
like
something?
LOU
The girl said you rubbed her on the leg
D
and
mouth
said that she had nice
at
legs.
Gmail.
Yeah,
Maybe maybe
skinny.
okay.
I don't like fat women.
Okay. All right, so
Can I just snag a photo of that? Would that? No. No? Oh, okay.
all right, so
That's fine.
the next alleged incident was the girl said that you grabbed her on the
Oh, it's very low in the
it
background.
was also witnessed by other people
Really?
who went and told the manager, and the manager said
I just got away from you, stupid look. I swear to God.
After 10 p.m. at a hotel in Crystal Lake, Illinois, where one woman's temper is about to earn her a different accommodation for the night.
Just putting that on for a second until I check my email again.
Right!
You're not gonna yell at me and tell me what.
I'm not yelling at you, I'm yelling at him.
Oh, I understand that, but there's steps.
Police identify the woman seen here as 35-year-old Hannah Shepard, who's complaining about her hotel key card not working.
You can simply go up and open the door for me. It's right up the stairs. It's right up the stairs. Right up the stairs.
Okay, hold on 1 second. I'm gonna wait.
I'm doing everything I can to do everything. Were you crying? You look like you were crying.
What?
Were you crying? You look like you were crying.
Me? No, I'm just tired. It's been a long day, and I don't want to be yelled at.
No, either do
And I don't want to deal with somebody who's treating somebody else like shit because their card's not working.
Moments later, another officer arrives.
I cannot hear what he's saying if you keep on yelling. Yeah. Let him talk.
Right. I'm sorry.
Hannah, you guys want to talk to him real quick? Just let him
No.
talk.
I'm gonna stay right here.
Okay.
You're fine. No, I want to deal with Sandra.
What I just said while I was on mute is I got A to B's email, and we're going to start with fakest of fake seizures. And then I started to question what's wrong with us, but then I decided who cares. Thank you. Shit, hang on.
He's catch up with one woman who may not exactly be in a sunshine state of mind.
Hello.
Sorry.
For what? Are you okay?
Huh?
All right. We got a call about your driving, that you were having problems staying in the lane. So, and I thought it was weird that you kind of like put your turn signal on and you took a while to figure out where you're going, and then when you made the left, you made this really wide turn. You okay? You sure? Okay. You have your license, registration, proof of insurance?
The woman seen here was stopped after multiple callers reported an erratic driver.
Why are you pulling me over?
Well, I didn't really. I was following you because we got a call about your driving, and people were saying, I mean, from the 100-mile marker, they were calling about a red.
Really?
Yes. And so when you pulled in here, you made a very...
I'm not going to do that.
You're not going to do what?
I'm
No.
not gonna do
Put
that.
your car in park. Put your car in park.
No.
Car in park now.
Why?
Ma'am, put your car in park.
Why?
Step out, all the way in park. Step out of the car for me. Because you were about to take off on me, and you are now lawfully detained. So please step out of the vehicle.
What's that? Are you kidding me?
I'm not kidding you.
Ma'am, please step out.
This is an excellent one. I've seen it, and I wouldn't have remembered it. Good choice.
No?
No. So either, listen, step out of the car. I'm giving you a lawful order to step out of the car.
Then I want to record everything.
We're recording too.
I will record.
We're recording.
Then I will record everything.
That's fine, but you need to step out of the car.
Step out, please. You just let me record everything.
No, first you step out of the car, then you record anything.
Ma'am, here.
No.
Well, you're either...
Really?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
So we've given you several lawful orders for you to step out of the car. You're refusing those orders. And I'm telling you to get out of the car right now.
She's telling me to get out of the car right now?
Yes.
Like, for
yes.
what?
Because I'm conducting a DUI investigation, that's why.
DUI?
Yes.
Seriously?
Seriously.
We're not joking.
Deputies identify the woman as 60-year-old Deborah Odom, who decides now is a good time to share a message to her followers.
So here we are. I have breast cancer. I just had my third treatment of breast cancer. And these people have stopped me.
Okay, so...
You think that's cool?
Well, based on the fact that several people called in that they were concerned about your driving and how you almost hit them.
I understand.
Okay, so my next question to you is, based on the fact that, given that I could smell alcohol in your breath, okay, you're swaying while you stand, I'm going to ask if you want to consent to some field sobriety exercises.
Of course I would.
Okay.
But, I just lost.
You just lost what?
It just is something with my followers.
Deputies with the Monroe County Sheriff's Office try to get Deborah to do some field sobriety tests, but she has a better idea in mind.
Why don't we just call Rick and let's just talk to him and let's just please.
Well, I don't understand how the sheriff is going to help you out of this situation.
Because I've known him for 10 years and he knows I'm not a retard.
Well, nobody has called you that, nor do we think that. No. Let's go over here.
I can't sit down.
Let's go over here. Let's go over here and let's just get this done.
Oh, she's going to take off. Do me a favor, turn...
I want to just record it. I just want to record.
Okay, well, we're getting to
Turn
the
your
point.
car off. And listen, we're going to have to take this away from you. So, are we refusing to do the rest of these exercises?
No, of course
Then let's
not.
finish
Of
them.
course not.
Then let's
I
finish
love
them.
you guys. Like, I don't want anything.
I don't want to be in this position either, okay?
I don't. I also
And I
want
know.
to, like,
Please put the phone down.
I want to record all you guys.
We're recording
And
too.
she acts like she don't want to be like she got back.
I know you did not.
Listen, all right, we're done.
You got my license?
Yes.
Oh, here we go.
The suspect's attempt to snatch her license back from deputies earns her a fast pass into handcuffs. Let's see how that goes for her.
Nope, not up. Because this is not going to end well for you.
Are you kidding me?
No, we are not kidding you.
Give me my phone.
Can you let them know when?
Give me my phone.
6101 Work Code 5. We'll have one in custody.
Give me my phone.
Your phone's going with us.
No, give me my phone.
No.
Give me my phone.
Your phone will go with you.
Do you want to take this?
I'll take it.
Okay.
No.
Are
give
you
me
PTO
my phone.
certified?
She chose that. Like, she has got some kind of going on with him. So, we'll just.
Really?
Yes.
Really? Like you threatening me?
No, I'm walking.
Please stop.
Are you gonna walk with me, or are we gonna have
Can
to
I
carry
just
you to
stop my God damn it, can I not turn it off?
We're going to take care of all that. Is there anything other than your phone that you want
You're
to go
hurting
with
me!
you?
You're hurting me! 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 You're hurting me!
Deputies are able to get Deborah down on the ground while they wait for reinforcement.
Under statute 1314, I'm allowed 14 minutes that I'm allowed to be picked up. Where am I? 13.4. Where am I? Where am I?
You're in the parking lot of Ocean Gardens.
Yeah, 13.14 minutes. Where the are you?
I'm standing right here next to you.
Yeah, oh, aren't you so proud? Jesus Christ. Hi, this is your life. I'm your son's teacher. I'm your son's teacher. This is what they're doing to me. Get this off of me. Get this off of me.
No.
No, you're hurting. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I'm telling you, I cannot breathe.
Do you need an ambulance?
I need an ambulance.
6211.
She's hurt me. She's hurt me. She's hurt me.
6211. Can you roll rescue
dear
20
God,
our way?
please, she's hurt
Reference.
me.
Our arrestee is unable to breathe.
God, you're so sick. You're so sick. You're sick.
Deputies call an ambulance for our suspect, who decides it's time for the performance of a lifetime.
Can you please just so I can breathe?
So what we're going to do is we're going to turn you on your side. Was there another unit coming? From where? You sure about that?
Please help me!
Here, I will help you up.
Roll on your side.
Roll on your side, Deb.
Moments later, other deputies and medics arrive to help.
Hey, ma'am. Ma'am.
Deputies momentarily calm down our suspect, who seems to have recovered from that breathing issue.
Okay, so no injuries, you're just a little embarrassed. Sorry. Okay.
She was claiming she couldn't breathe earlier.
Okay.
Liar.
Okay. Okay, listen, talk to me.
No, she's a liar.
Okay, talk to me.
You f***ing liar.
Okay, talk to me. What's
Now,
your
why
first
don't you
name?
go home?
Deb. Okay. I'm here. Let's talk, okay?
No.
Can I stand you up?
Of course you can.
Okay. I'm gonna stand you up. All right? Ready? Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3.
While deputies load Deborah into a patrol car, other investigators search her vehicle.
No top. Are they still full? Yeah, no top in the back.
Did you see that? Let's rewind. Deputies find an open bottle of wine in Deborah's car. But that's not all.
Hey, we got more wine here, but it's not open.
Investigators find a full bottle of wine and a completely empty bottle in the front seat of our suspect's car. Before all is said and done, deputies uncovered 2 empty bottles of wine, 1 half-full bottle and 1 unopened bottle.
Okay. And they're all cold.
One deputy prepares to drive Deborah to the station when it seems clear our suspect should have said, "No way, Rosé." Another deputy goes to check on that situation.
Hey, ma'am. 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 She's shaking.
You know what? Always things going to leave her right there, just call paramedic again. Because if you report and she acting like that there's something bad happen, you know what's gonna happen.
Rescue outfit.
She's choking me! She's choking me! She's choking me!
Deb, there's a camera back there recording you right now. And they see I am nowhere near you.
You're choking me, you slipped me! You know what you slipped me! You know what you did! You know what you did!
She said, can you...
Do we have anything to do? I don't think we need to risk it.
I mean, we can ask her if she's gonna let it.
Hey, Debbie.
Fix herself now.
Debbie. Deborah, can I talk to you real quick?
Deputies are able to calm Deborah down again and get her to the station for a breathalyzer test.
God, you act like I'm some kind of crazy person. Just stop! Stop! Let go of me! Let go of me!
Please, we're not gonna do this again. We are not gonna do this again.
That's what you're doing? That's what you're doing?
Yeah.
That's what you're doing?
No, we good.
No, we're good. No, we're good.
Come on, sit.
Thank you.
Stop.
No. Stop it. If you bite me,
did you
you're gonna
just
get another charge, okay? So stop. Relax.
Did you catch that? Deborah appears to bite at the deputy.
Get off of me!
Deb,
Get off of me!
Relax, Deb.
Get off of me!
Relax.
Get off of me!
Relax.
You're choking!
Nobody's choking
You're
you.
choking me!
No one's choking you, Deb. Relax.
Stop. You're choking me.
Relax.
Oh, God damn it. You're choking me.
Do you guys have her ID? Yeah.
yeah, I have it in
I
the
think
car.
You stupid ass.
Before heading to jail, our suspect hurls a few more insults.
Can you please open your mouth for me so I can make sure you
Can
don't
you
have
please
anything?
open your mouth and shut the up?
I gotta check.
But can he check? Can he just look?
No.
real quick?
Check her mouth.
Okay.
Ooh, she got in it. She got in it.
Another loud tantrum.
Stop!
racial rant.
Oh, wow. You're united. Wow. A black person and a white person united. But you don't give a about her. You stupid. You hate her. You hate her because she's black. You can't stand it. Because she gets everything that you think that you
wait,
should
hold on.
get.
I got one more thing.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Deborah.
Yeah.
One more thing.
Oh, yeah.
Deborah.
Yeah.
Deborah.
You think, oh, she gets everything. Oh, she shouldn't get everything. She shouldn't because she...
If you refuse to take the test, I have... Sit down.
You didn't tell me to sit down.
All before suddenly forgetting how to speak English.
How do I know it? How do I know English? I don't speak English. I request a interpreter right now. And if I am denied an interpreter, I will be... Oh.
Uncrossed your new coat.
Deputies manage to get Deborah to the jail, where things don't exactly cool down.
Oh, you weirdo. Stop! God.
DUI.
No. Battery on Leo.
Battery on Leo.
Oh, DUI. No, it's not DUI, you stupid. We both know what you did. I had to stop! I'm having breast cancer! God! I'm under... Stop it! Okay, I'm sorry, I don't speak dumb. Okay.
Deborah's searched before she's taken inside the jail, where she's asked to remove her jewelry. Spoiler alert, she doesn't take that request very well.
We have to take the jewelry off.
It's not gonna happen. Lisa, we don't want to use force. We need to put it in the chair.
Right there.
Stop!
Relax.
Stop hurting me!
Oh, here we go.
Right there.
It's not. No.
Okay, what?
Yeah.
Go straight to booking.
I'm gonna put it in the chair.
Okay.
You want me to get the chair?
Stop hurting me! Stop hurting me! Stop hurting me! Why are you hurting me?
Debbie, we talked about
That's it.
My baby!
All right, Miss Debbie, we talked about this, right?
Stop it! Let go! You're hurting me! You're hurting me, you mother! You're breaking my arm! You mother!
Stop.
Deputies then decide it's time to restrain our suspect in a chair. Let's see how that goes.
You mother, you get off. That's my mother. You get off of me, you mother.
Debbie.
I will kill you.
Hey,
now. You get the off of me. You get the fuck off of me. You get the off of me.
Down.
You tell that mother the fuck off of me.
Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Please. Okay. Calm down. Listen.
Fuck off of me.
Listen.
Get off of me, you stupid ass motherfucker.
Debbie.
Don't touch my hair, you stupid ass
Debbie,
motherfucker.
Debbie, look at me.
And keeping up with their antics, deputies decide to place a spit mask over Deborah's head.
Please take me in. Oh, here we go. Really?
Debbie, I'm trying to work with you. You're not working with me.
Okay, so we're gonna do
And
it.
this is where we ended up.
Right there.
I'm trying to work with you. I'm not doing anything to you.
Deborah Odom was charged with DUI and resisting arrest. She later pled no contest to the charges and was sentenced to probation along with a suspended license and fines.
Here we go again.
Look at this lower.
Well, that went well. Good timing. It's 2:59. Let me get this thing up again. Thanks, M. Leaves. Hi. M. Leaves loves my hair. Michael loves Australians. Anyone else want to express their love for things and people? Oh, Billie Jean, I didn't realize you were in Australia. For some reason, I thought you were in, I know you have a mix of things, but I thought you were in Canada for some reason. I just decided which place you were. Yeah, that was a fun lunch. Right, we are watching the trial. We didn't miss any of it. I know you meant here. Do we think the A-team mounts a defense for our not-so-intrepid hero, Corey? I think that they are going to not keep things simple, which would be my recommendation, but I'm not a lawyer. That's just a hunch. I don't know, A to B. So let me see. Let me do the poll again, and let's see what we think, if she's going to testify or not. I'm going to go on record with no. No, A to B, I don't. I'm good. Thank you. I'd be watching this anyway, probably. I cleared my calendar for 5 weeks, pretty much. Me too, Michael. 61. I vote no too. I want to go on record that I say no. But if she does, don't tell hear me out. And if he doesn't, and if she doesn't, that's all we're going to talk about.
Mr. Bloodworth, would you like me just to tell the jury when they come back in that the state has rested?
Yeah, so that's fine.
Okay, will do. Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor, what's the plan?
Ready to go.
Who's defense counsel's first witness?
Can we have just a minute?
Yeah.
We have a couple of options.
Understood.
Being unlikable has yet to stop someone, in my experience.
Your Honor, actually, at this time, the defense intends to rest.
We should probably do that in front of the jury, yes?
Right?
Okay.
I agree.
I just want to make sure you've consulted with your client about this.
Absolutely.
Is now an appropriate time to get a waiver of Ms. Richins' right to testify on the record?
Yes. Yes, you can.
Okay. You've consulted with Ms. Richins about her, or advised Ms. Richins about her right to testify, correct?
At length.
Okay. Ms. Richins, may I ask you 2 direct questions?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have the right to testify at trial?
Yes, I do.
Are you following your attorney's advice and waiving your right to testify at trial?
Yes, I am.
I accept your waiver. I find it's knowing and voluntary.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Anything further on the record, Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Bloodworth, how would you propose we proceed from here for the rest of today?
So let me backtrack a little bit on your earlier question. I think I should then rest in front of the jury.
Understood.
The defense can then rest in front of the jury. I think then for the rest of today, and I propose tomorrow, the court recess, and that we begin, the parties can work on jury instructions perhaps today or tomorrow, but then we instruct and close on Monday.
My face is not telegraphing any opinion one way or the other. I'm just waiting for a response.
I don't think we have a problem with that. I thought, we were thinking it might make sense to get the jury instruction conference out of the way, and then...
I agree with you. May we do it tomorrow? Give the counsel, both sides, a chance to talk to each other about any additional instructions you think might be necessary, narrow any differences or discuss any differences you have regarding any of those, and we can have that conference tomorrow.
Yeah, yes, that's fine.
Okay. So we'll talk about scheduling about that. Just want to make sure we're all comfortable with the jury being out in the wild between now and Monday morning, yes?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. All right. Are we ready for the jury? Mr. Bloodworth?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes, sir.
Okay. please have a seat as you come in. Have a seat, thank you. Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, the state rests its case.
Very good. Ms. Lewis.
Your Honor, after consulting with our client, the defense rests.
Understood. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, there is some legal work that I need to do with counsel in this case to get from here to the next stage. Rather than use your time inefficiently with you in the courtroom, we're going to do the following. We're going to recess for today. You will be on your own in the wild between now and 8:30 a.m. on Monday morning. I cannot emphasize this enough. Between now and 8:30 a.m. on Monday morning, please do not say anything about this case to anyone. I would understand if you had to tell somebody that you have to be back here at 8:30 a.m. on Monday morning. Other than that circumstance, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Do not allow anyone to attempt to talk to you about it. It will take affirmative effort and diligence. I need you to use that same affirmative effort and diligence to make sure you avoid watching, listening, or reading anything about this case from any source whatsoever. And please do not do any search, research, query, anything of any kind between now and 8:30 a.m. on Monday morning. Please travel safe. Enjoy your weekend. I'll see you at 8:30 a.m. on Monday. Please rise for the jury. All right, folks, have a seat. May I propose the following? That counsel have an email exchange or a phone call, say 4 p.m.-ish today, about the state of the jury instructions and whether you think there need to be any additions or amendments. And then, to the extent there are, please send me an email or file something in the docket and let me know that you did. And then what time would you like to get together to talk about the instructions one by one tomorrow?
9:30?
Do you want to do it a little later just so I have time to look at whatever happens?
You suggest?
Late as possible.
You want to do it at 1?
Yes.
Sure.
Mr. Bloodworth?
Sure, sir.
All right. So you're all at least going to compare notes by the end of the day today. And if you file anything additional, you'll let me know by email. And I'll plan on being back on the record with you all 1 p.m. tomorrow. Mr. Bloodworth, anything else today?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Richins, 1 p.m. tomorrow. The court is in recess. Thank you. All rise.
Yeah, I mean, if they were going to do that, they should have put on a less aggressive and nasty defense and then rested, because then it would have left a lot more doubt. Well, Miyagi, the defense rested immediately after the state. So next week is closing arguments, and there you go, it's done. I don't know. I feel like I may have seen it one other thing. Oh, let's see what he's got. Oh, this is probably old, though.
Place at the wrong time. And last night we had terrible storms here, and it has knocked us off the internet completely. So if you're getting this late, it's because I couldn't upload it. I'm going to have to go down to Florida probably to upload this video. So bear with me, and you'll get to hear my full analysis of Detective Driscoll's testimony.
What I was saying before I realized I was muted is I don't want to steal his video again, but I'll drop his link in chat. If I can.
I've seen this comment a lot about ineffective assistance of counsel. Oh, I guess I can't do that here. Here we go. That was easy. Wow. Sorry about that. He is great. If you don't watch him, you should. She could still plead guilty. I guess. I don't know. Did we figure out if they are allowed to give pleas, or that she wasn't given a plea? Probably is the feeling I get. I'm trying to think of who would be recapping this now. Maybe Court TV or something, but I can't stand them. Do you think Corey's going to say the lawyer screwed up her case? 100%. Absolutely. I do. Whether or not she knows how fucked she was, no matter what, she'll blame it on them. I wonder if her mother was allowed to speak to her and was like, I don't know. Maybe EDB. I don't know if I can watch her from... You can watch her for a few minutes, right? Hang on a sec.
Allegedly signed on behalf of Mr. Richins for $100,000 term life insurance. And at that moment, she knew that she was going to attempt to take her husband's life. Not believe it. That's how it was done. Okay. With regards
So I guess she must be delayed a little bit because she likes to zoom, as she calls it, would be my guess, right? Yeah. Yeah, Surviving the Survivor ended, I guess. Yeah. Echoing? I'll try surviving the Survivor. I know. Ugh, all the things that I could do now, I don't want to do. I mean, it would be very late onset self-awareness, don't you think? It's, well, there's a whole break, but she'll probably fast forward through it, right? Yeah. The defense is more of a letdown than Walsh, but this trial was better, I thought. Paul? Okay. Oh, this will be his podcast, though, right? Hang on. I think he's muted. Is he muted? Or okay.
I think the state proved this case. Agree. Ms. Chris, she proved it herself with the W2. Yeah, see, and I said this earlier, and this is, I still feel this way. I feel like the most damning evidence that was shown came from KOURI herself. You know what I'm saying? Her text messages, the body cam, the walk the dog, all those things. I think that that was the most damning evidence. Carmen's in that mix, but she's at the lower end of that totem pole for me. Her evidence, Carmen's testimony and the drug dealers is almost at this point meh to me. You know, I'm just like, I've seen enough. You know what I'm saying? Oh.
No, they are not putting up a defense. The state rested, and then the defense rested right after them. Well, after lunch. Because why not waste everyone's time for a few more hours? Yeah, Carolina, me too, on the 50 things you have to do. And that's the problem with knowing the 50 things you have to do prior and after, is you know them.
Almost instantly killed him. Yeah. Do I think that she knew it was fentanyl? I think that she knew it was stronger, and I think that it was irrelevant because whatever she put in there, she was like, I'm making sure I put enough. So even if she was thinking, oh, I'm making this up, these are Roxy's, it was like, I put 4 in last time, I'm putting 8 in this time. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's kind of what happened with that. And I think that's why the alcohol didn't have time to absorb. You know, the medical examiner came back and said his body doesn't, his blood or whatever doesn't show long-term usage of these drugs.
Should we check out Nate? We can just like skip around a little bit. What is that, East Idaho?
Richins' right to testify on the record.
He has to make sure she understands that she does have the right to testify.
You consulted with Ms. Richins about her, or advised Ms. Richins about her right to testify, correct?
At length.
Okay.
At length.
Ms. Richins, may I ask you 2 direct questions?
This is the first time we've heard from Kouri in the trial.
You have the right to testify at trial.
Yes, I do.
Are you following your attorney's advice and waiving your right to testify at trial?
Yes, I am.
I accept your waiver. I find it's knowing and voluntary.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Anything further on the record, Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Bloodworth, how would you propose we proceed from here?
Now, remember that this is all done outside the presence of the jury. The jury is not in the courtroom yet.
So let me backtrack a little bit on your earlier question. I think I should then rest in front of the jury.
Understood.
The defense can then rest in front of the jury.
There is
I think
Eric's
then
father.
For the rest of today, and I propose
he seems
tomorrow
pleased.
for recess, and that we begin. The parties can work on jury instructions perhaps today or tomorrow, but then we.
They still need to come up with jury instructions. I'll fast forward to when the jurors are brought in the courtroom. Here's where the jurors learned that the defense planned to call nobody in the case. You can see there are a lot of people there that I believe were caught off guard. What will happen from here is the attorneys will meet at 1 p.m. tomorrow to go over proposed jury instructions with the judge. They're going to have a conference call today privately. They'll go over the jury instructions, and then tomorrow at 4 or at 1, they'll go through things, and then Monday will be closing arguments from the prosecution, from the defense. Once closing arguments happen, the case goes to the jury. The jurors will come in just a moment here. I imagine, they have no idea, no clue that any of this is going down. They probably think they're coming back in for more testimony.
Please have a seat as you come in.
They're walking in now.
Have a seat, thank you. Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, the state rests its case.
Very good. Ms. Lewis.
Your Honor, after consulting with our client, the defense rests.
Understood. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, there is some legal work that I need to do with counsel in this case to get from here to the next stage.
So we'll cut it there. He basically explains
What the fuck?
Oh, thank you. Erica just told me I was on mute. I hope I haven't been on mute for a while. Let me back up and say what I was saying. The jurors then learned what was happening. They'll come back on Monday. They will begin deliberating, and we could have a verdict perhaps.
Wasn't me. It wasn't me.
Worried the longer the jury is out if there's certain things they need to talk about. Now, KOURI will not be sentenced right away. It's likely the judge will order a pre-sentence investigation report that will come back, and so the sentencing could be anywhere between 30 to 60 days. So, big developments again today in the KOURI Richins trial. If you're just tuning in, she has decided to not put on a defense. That's her right. Her defense attorneys are not calling any witnesses. They are not calling any evidence. They're not having KOURI Richins take the stand. They basically will likely argue that the state did not prove its case, and because of that, she should not be found guilty. It is an interesting move. I would say an unexpected move, as we and they alluded that they had many witnesses ready. 30 to 100 witnesses. Last we heard, they had dozens of witnesses, and they were going to take 2 weeks. This was supposed to go through the last of March, but we have a sudden abrupt near ending here. Tonight, we'll break it all down on Courtroom Insider at 7 o'clock on the East Idaho News YouTube channel. Hope you can join us there. And by the way, if you are interested in following another trial, we are streaming the Megan Sundwall case right now on our YouTube channel. This is the Utah nurse accused of fatally poisoning her roommate with insulin. And in fact, right now it's on a recess, but we have the chat going here. If you stay with us here on our channel, you'll be able to pick up that trial. Opening statements were just yesterday, so it's a fairly new trial. It's been fascinating so far to watch. So you can, if now that the Richins is wrapping up, well, close to wrapping up next week, you can tune into that one and get your court fix. Appreciate you watching us here on EastIdahoNews.com. We'll be live tonight, 7 o'clock.
I agree, Cliff. That's exactly how I see it. And this makes everything that's the problem with being such a loudmouth and a liar. And this makes that interview they did even more fucking ridiculous, doesn't it? Yeah, right. She loved Eric witness that KOURI was actually independently wealthy expert witness. I don't know. I think I would have come up with one strategy and stuck with that one and kept it brief. I would have just enough doubt, reasonable doubt, and then I'm out. Yeah. What is it, whole shebang? Yeah, the reason I'm not shocked, this is Forever Wander says, I'm kind of shocked, but not really. I've seen this many times and never understand it. No defense screams I'm guilty, even if they're right. Yeah. Right. The reason I'm not surprised by this really is that there's this feeling this whole time, like as soon as the ball is in the defense's court, it's a big flop, basically. Usually to waste a lot of our time, but this just wasted an hour before they finally, the last 3 days were just them wasting time. The state was ready to close already after that investigator, but no, they wouldn't hear of it. They needed more time to do all this fucking bullshit that never came to anything. I think I'm shocked because they seemed so bullshit, not because it's likely logical choice to make. Yeah. Like, I just don't. Big waste of time. It wasn't. It was interesting to watch and we got to hang out, but The good thing about this for me is that I can go live and we can watch fun stuff tomorrow if we want. in the middle of the day. Polynomial is very surprised. Yeah, I see. I would have sworn Corey was going to tell the world off. Yeah, I could see it in her face that she wasn't. That was my feeling anyway. When somebody is going to testify, I mean, I know you were sure she would, but usually you know it. Like Robert Tellis, Sarah Boone, these are people that you were not going to keep them off the stand because they were micromanaging their whole team. So interesting, these different personality types who commit these crimes, how they're all like horrible in their own different ways. Yeah, exactly. It's just like Forever Wanda says, it's just like them asking for a 2-day continuance and then saying the issue's moot. I mean, that's what I mean. They wasted 3 extra days of this. And right during that, they were claiming that they've got 2 more weeks. They've got all these witnesses and I mean, she knew. She thinks she was going to get away with that with the judge. Yeah, fun stuff. Does Corey have federal charges pending? Yes. Do those charges carry long prison terms? Probably. I mean, not as long as this, but I don't think. So what do we think? Or do we think that the jury's definitely coming back with a guilty? I would say so. Oh, Sunday's Candace's birthday. Oh, really? Don't be worried. I think you'll. Don't let this ruin your birthday, Candace. I think Corey's ruined enough people's birthdays. You think it's related to petitioning for appeal? Maybe, but good luck. If she gets another trial, she will be found guilty. Yes, for tomorrow. Good. That's it. That's a done. I'm going to set that up when after we say goodbye here. We'll do body cams and stuff. And I'll play the other one that A to B sent me, and maybe Claire will get that other one to me. No pressure. And I'll have time to find some others. West Coast plans to follow the civil case too. I think more than likely she's guilty. Yeah, I think more than likely she is too. I just don't see. I mean, ironically, because this is not how they ran this whole case, but the defense the smartest thing they did for the defense was rest. They did plenty of damage while they had a chance, though, I think. If found not guilty, well, they have pending charges for federal, but I don't know if she'll be let out. I feel like the people who do testify lack that conniving thing. Tellis and Sarah aren't smooth. Lori and Corey. Yeah, I think that Sarah certainly, and well, there's a huge ego there and this inability to read the room somehow, right? Like, I think Tellis could be more charming than Sarah, but not much. I mean, Sarah, there's nobody with less charm than Sarah. Okay, Miyagi. You want to watch the other body cam that A to B sent me? And then we'll still do something fun tomorrow? It might be like Lori Vallow, Daybell going to court until all the cases are done. Yeah, Letitia Stout, but Letitia Stout didn't testify. But she's one who, I didn't think she was going to testify either, but she did a lot of talking before that, including an interview. Okay, let's do this, people. Otherwise, it's too sudden. We can't just... I hate Gmail so much. I don't know why I always have such a hard time. Okay. Oh, you gave me a few of them. I gotta tell you, I was so thrilled that it was Nate muting himself and not me muting him. It's the little things that make me happy. Also, Hear Me Out texted me and I got to gloat a little bit. I got started. I'm not done.
Get back here. Yes, sir. Are you dumb?
I'm definitely putting in the report that as soon as she sat down, she informed me that she, quote unquote, had to take a shit.
On January 5th, 2025, officers responded to a call in reference to a 51-year-old woman attempting to steal merchandise from a local Walmart. The woman was reportedly running from an off-duty police officer that was working there. While running, she threw her wig at the officers and damaged produce.
I'm in the middle of something right now. All right. We'll take a look at it. What's going on?
You got a lady over here, black female, wigs off over here. She won't, she's right here, sir. She won't turn around. She's been throwing produce, everything. She was stealing. She won't turn around.
I'll turn around for you. Can I get my shirt, sir?
Turn around, cuff up.
Can I get my shirt?
Turn around. Turn around. We'll figure it all out. Okay.
Well, before we mace.
Thank you. Sir, could you not do this one real tight because my arm is messed up, please?
Okay. Just.
And customers, everything else.
Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Don't. Just stop walking away. We're going to stay.
So you're not hearing that? Okay, yeah, I want to be muted. We're just watching this now. I'm not talking. Ooh.
Okay, stop walking.
Okay, I'm back up right here. I'm back up.
You don't need to back up. Just stop moving.
Okay. Could you
Just
just
stand.
my arm is hurting.
If you'd stop moving, I could.
But you pulling me.
Because you keep walking away.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just stay still.
You don't have to grab me, sir. When you hold it, you hurt. When you hold it, you hurt my arm, sir.
I'm going to lock them up so they don't tighten up on you.
When you hold it, you hurt my arm.
Just give me a minute.
I don't have nothing to get out of my purse, dude.
Stop walking.
Okay.
Just stand. There's no reason for you to move at all. Okay? Now, let's walk down here. Listen. We're going to go down to the other end. Are you serious? Get back here. Are you serious right now?
Yeah, I am.
You just tried to run away handcuffed.
Yes, sir.
Are you dumb?
No. I'm sorry.
Let's go.
No, it's hurt my arm, sir.
Then why would you try and run away?
I can't get off my arm, though, like that.
Let's go. Come on. This is ridiculous. No. We'll worry about that later.
Ouch, my arm.
Walk.
Okay, I won't run no more because you get off my shoulder.
No.
It's really messed up.
I gave you the benefit of the doubt once, and you tried to run away handcuffed.
Sorry.
That's some of the dumbest shit I've ever heard of.
I'm sorry.
Step back. You gotta unlock the door.
79 copy. He's dealing with prison now. What's up?
Hey, I got a shit.
No, this is her. She had the trouble to have line here. Radio, what's the social?
I took it off.
What do you mean you took it off?
Okay, I'll take care of the other stuff then. What's going on? Yeah, it's what?
This is the dumbest shit ever. What? You see her trying to run away from me handcuffed?
No.
Oh, yeah.
But I heard.
Right. So what did she take?
So originally, I saw her put one orange can into a duffel bag in the toy aisle.
All right.
Come to find out, that's what I stopped before, and I knew there was other stuff in the bag.
Yeah.
So there's like $150 worth of Red Bull that was in the bag, along with like.
Okay, I unmuted myself. I muted the other thing. Winter, like, congratulations. We knew you were going to do it. And for anyone who's just getting here, we're watching BodyCam now because the state rested in the KOURI Richins trial, and so did the defense in rapid succession after that. And that's it. After they carried on for 2 days and wanted a 2-day break, and now they're done with all that talk they did. So there. Yeah, she's gonna outrun them with her pants falling off and cuffs. Come on. Come on, lady.
Like a box.
Copy.
Then destroying vegetables while trying to fight off our officer here.
She says her
And just
van
a whole
is
lot
on
of
a
people
purple
that
pallet
didn't
in the
need
parking lot.
to be done. I will want to prosecute. I'm getting everything together today. I probably won't input everything in today, but shoot me off that email.
Yeah.
I will give you the video of all that we have.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't be surprised if her background check came back with other stuff.
Supposedly doesn't have any warrants, but we'll see
Wow,
if she's
that's
actually.
wild.
We'll see if she's actually giving us the right information. So.
Yeah, because she was wild. She did not want to be stopped.
Could be like the bags under the eyes, kind of, you know.
The nose is a little crooked.
Yeah.
Maybe it is.
It might be. I'm gonna take a picture of her real quick. I'll be right back.
I'm stupid. I'm dumb.
So why the big ordeal?
My dude wanted me to steal and I really didn't want to.
Okay, but you got caught. So why the big ordeal of trying to run away and all this
Because
dumb shit?
I didn't want to come in here to do this. I'm not trying to steal nothing. I'm not trying to get in trouble, but I
Out
do
there
want to go to the psych hospital.
breaking cucumbers.
I'm psyched. I want to go to the hospital. I want to kill myself. I've been wanting to hurt myself again.
Well, I mean, like I said, we'll still call an ambulance for you if that's where you want to end up, but we just got to do some paperwork right now, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, you don't got to bust your head open in order for us to go through with this plan.
Thank you.
Okay, plan's already in motion, so.
What is? So I'm trying to confirm your identity here.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
I ran that name. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think it's you.
Yes, it is me.
Listen, I don't think it's you.
Okay.
Okay. Just by the picture from your driver's license.
Yes, it is me. That was me
Okay.
when I was not smoking.
Okay. But the person that driver's license has a crooked nose.
Look at my face. That was me when I was not smoking. My dude had broke my nose.
Okay. Okay. And like I said,
And it was
so there are
stuck.
some inconsistencies. I got to be positive of
It
who
was
I'm talking to.
Look, my nose. The doctor had stuffed my nose.
Okay.
With some gauze. That's why I looked like that. Because my dude had broke my nose.
All right. So, what is your mother's name? What is your father's name? Where were you born? So the nose, she's got those bags. The nose isn't crooked.
I don't know.
Oh, I should do fleeing and eluding too.
She's not gonna look at him and be like, "Are you serious?" She wasn't trying to.
No, that's why I'm not even worried about it. I was more like, are you, I asked her, I'm like, are you that stupid? She's like, yeah.
Yeah, I also use everybody else's info too, so I'm gonna believe you when I'm giving you.
Falsification, theft.
You're gonna give me writing, huh?
I mean, she's already in the system for criminal trespass. She plays the game just like them all with the, oh, I need to go to the hospital. I'm definitely putting in the report that as soon as she sat down, she informed me that she, quote unquote, had to take a shit. And then proceeded to inform us.
She's supposed to be like, what's that have to do with anything?
Alright. Being cited for theft, obviously, for stealing stuff. Falsification, because you tried to tell me you were your daughter. And you were previously told you're not allowed to return to Walmart, so you were cited for criminal trespass. I'm not going to be citing you for trying to run away with me from me, because that was a joke. Lake County wants you on, oh, go ahead, on your felony. So they'll get you whatever medical treatment you need at their facility.
They a joke.
Lake County?
Hell yeah.
Well, they want you, so.
So, man, are they correct in saying that you're Veronica? Like,
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. That will be destroyed.
Yep.
Okay, what else? Here. Let's just dump it somewhere.
Are we gonna find drugs in here just for our
No,
safety?
what
Okay,
is
well
your
you got the
dump-
pipe. You got the pipe.
You got the pipe. That's
That
what
ain't
I'm
no
making.
pipe.
Okay. So
That's
anyway,
the
I'm
pipe.
gonna ask you again for our safety as well as yours, because you're in
Yeah,
this
it's
room
needle
with
right
us.
there. Hell no, that ain't no pipe.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah,
And is there
pipe
crack
fine.
in the bag? Just be honest with us.
Do you see any big crack?
That's what I'm asking.
I'm gonna keep some crack going. I smoke crack.
We gotta
You know that.
get it. You gotta get it at some point.
All right. Yeah, that's it.
In the end, she was charged with shoplifting, criminal trespass, and falsification. She was found to have 97 entries in her criminal history, including 27 theft charges. She was turned over to Lake County Sheriff's Office for a felony warrant. If you like this video and want to see more like it, subscribe to Arrest Cam. As always, thanks for watching.
Hi, Nicole. Where did you leave us? Thanks, Kitten Pusher. Yeah, it's like, it is a little bit like, but I mean, and I don't mind that. It's just, when I put it up this morning, I was like, this looks like some kind of retro situation, but, and it's just literally just two combs holding it up. It has that look. Okay, Claire. Thanks for joining us. See you soon. Current is overrated, it's true, but it's just, I was just struck me that it was just so funny to me that I was like, I don't even know, like, what would be the, I guess it would be like a, you know, I know what would be done, but I don't feel like doing it. It's a pain in the ass. Yeah, so where were we? Thanks, 1010. You want to go back and listen? Well, yeah, go back and listen. It's quite something. $97 cases, is that what Corey has against her? Yeah, well, I mean, Winterlake says it's weird when the defense doesn't put on a defense, it comes off as just succumbing, sort of. I think that's exactly what it was. It's just that it's extra weird when they have such big mouths beforehand and carry on like they've got all these things planned. And, I'm trying to remember, I don't think Chandler Halderson's team put on a defense, did they? Does anyone remember? Closing arguments coming next week, right, but there's no defense coming. That's done. They put on quite an aggressive defense there. Kitten Pusher says I have time to go back and see what happened 2 days ago when the defense was told they need to review video. Yeah, I don't know if they did their work, but they wasted so much fucking time in this whole thing. Every question she asked was a waste of time at the time, before we even got close to this part. Meowgy. Yeah, I don't remember for Chandler. I know that every time they were asked if they had anything to say, Halderson's attorney basically gave a nothing burger for defense too. Right. They didn't have I don't think they put on a defense. Right. He planned to appeal. He was like, yeah. He was like, I have not shown, we have to watch that trial, or parts of it, the good parts. I have not shown any emotions because I was instructed not to. I like that spelling of Sarah Boone, 10-10-7-7. Sure, I'm sure that wasn't your doing, but it's amusing me. Unless that's not what you were meant. I know. Sarah Boom. The jury must think that their time is worth something too. Yeah. I mean, my God, like, I'd be so pissed. I'd be like, what was that? And if I'm someone who's never been on a jury and never watched a trial before, I'd be like, is that really? A motion to adopt Boom as new spelling. I have a feeling this Sarah Boom thing might catch on here. Yeah, A to B, we're gonna watch that. Not the whole thing, isn't the whole thing. The thing is that I'll have to plan that out for like a few days in a row, or a weekend maybe. That the state attorney in that is so good. It's a really good trial, actually. Chandler is super creepy, yeah. Yeah, boy next door dismembers parents, that's right. He had this beautiful little girlfriend. Also, Ronnie should have been called to show the text from Eric about rent in Mexico. Did those really exist? I never really understood what was going on there. Yeah, Danny. Hi. It's done. Well, it's not done. They have closing arguments next week, but okay, Carolina. Yeah, total waste, exactly. And they wasted so much time. I mean, it would have been one thing if they did this, but the way they kept poor, fucking Carmen on the stand for a day and a half. Or a day, whatever. And brought her back. So disgraceful. Really disgraceful. Yeah, I did too, this Forever Wonder. I felt very badly for her. Skinny white boy, yeah. There's a picture of him hanging from a tree, and not hanging from a tree, but, hanging off of a tree. Like, he's the one who claimed that he had I won't spoil it in case some people don't know. What did AI say? The second state trial is pending for a wide array of financial felony charges that a judge ordered to be handled separately from the murder trial. These include over 24 counts. Yeah. I thought it was even more than for a while. She had a lot more than that, like 70 or something like that, maybe more. But I don't know what they narrowed it down to. She's basically going against RICO charges, essentially, from what I understand. Danny, I haven't checked my emails yet, but I will when we're done streaming. I mean, I have checked them, but not that recently. I thought his girlfriend was so sweet. So did I. Yeah. Yeah, she was. I felt so terrible for her because also she's at that age where, like, your boyfriend or girlfriend at that age is very impactful. Like, my boyfriend at that age, we're still best friends, and we're very close. I mean, we don't see each other and talk all the time, but there's just a connection there. And to have that relationship be like this must really fuck with you. My guess is that Ramos has littered all of Utah with his resume at this point. Oh, okay, I will. Thank you, Danny. When I can maintain and focus. All right. Of course, phone. Thank God for that. I mean, remember when we used to have to put on pants for job interviews? What a pain in the ass. Good luck. What's Joe Guy Jr.? Oh no, the guy who killed his parents because he spent all of his money on a webcam model is Grant Amato. I did a video on him too. He's a good looking guy. You think it destroyed his mother's relationship? I mean, her mother's relationship? I mean, they weren't thrilled. That's for damn sure. Canterbury overrated. Yes, exactly. That was Jackie, that's when I did the video. It was after that came out that Grant Amato was, I don't know, having some kind of written relationship via pen pal or whatever they were doing with a woman who was married to one of the guys from Ghost Hunters, which I never watched, but yes. Well, they both have weird heads. Grant Amato has a weird head, and so does Joel Guy Jr., but Grant Amato looks like Kazoo from the Flintstones, and Joel Guy Jr. looks like, I mean, I don't even know. I don't know what to compare him to. Right? Chandler's girlfriend's mom was in a long-standing relationship with her partner. One of the bodies was found. Oh, I know. Yeah, I knew all that. I just didn't know that it broke them up or had an impact on that. I never had a follow-up on that. I know that they were, I mean, also they had the kind of relationship, it seemed, that they were not, first of all, Chandler. Really? That's where you're disposing of the bodies? And your girlfriend's mother's fiance's beautiful farm home? Or anyone you know? Pick another home. And they ended up finding the bodies, or part of them, because the girlfriend called the police and was like, there are turkey vultures circling my property. Oh, good. I'm glad that Kat is doing well, the girlfriend. Well, what trials are we doing next? We've got, I think Courtney Clint is, when is Courtney Clint? I have to check that. I think that was delayed again. I'm not sure. We've got Shanna Gardner, I believe. I mean, well, it's supposed to start in there's a date set for August, and I'm sure there will be some other things coming up. And there's another one that Anne had suggested, that's basically a BSS defense that we'll watch. They didn't televise all of it, but we'll watch what they have. Yeah, I'm surprised. Well, it's possible. It wasn't very long. Yagi. It was, I don't remember if it was any good either, but I usually don't remember my videos as being good, and then when I happen to watch them, I'm like, oh, it was all right. The KOURI one is maybe my favorite, actually. Chandler tried to frame Kat and Kat's mom. He did? I don't think he was too stupid to do that. Yeah, his entire life was based on laziness. Exactly. He just couldn't motivate somehow. And I loved that. I think both him and Joel Guy Jr. had first of all, they made to-do lists, which is hilarious in its own way. Although Joel Guy Jr. left his at the murder scene to go tend to his injuries. But both of them put on their list, I think, if memory serves correctly, get job. Like, you could have done that. I mean, if that's part of your plan, how about switch, like, don't, you could put that first, and then the rest, all of the getting the bleach and the sulfuric acid and the Swiffer from your girlfriend, all that could have just been, you could have skipped over that part. Chandler was the definition of banality and of evil. Yes. Such a boring idiot. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I don't even know. Terrible. Also, to those of you who watched the trial, what they brought onto the stand, it was very brief. One of the witnesses for the state was one of Chandler's other ex-girlfriends And I got the feeling that she was so like thrilled to be involved with this. She acted so angry at him and like so scorned. Like, I just thought it was unnecessary. They didn't need her, and I didn't like her very much. Oh, thanks, is what? I'm still, speaking of being funny, I'm still laughing at what you said, Suze, what about that one with the seizure? Well, at least she maintained her dignity. This is my semi-weekly request for you to watch the Monica Cementilli trial. Yeah, I did at least the lover's cross-examination. Okay. I know we've talked about it, but, well, you know who that lover is too, right? He's tied up in another case that I started to cover, but then YouTube was like, we don't like this. And I was like, all right. But we did watch it. It was the Devon something or other. Devon. She had a few names. She killed her husband and cut his head off, her boyfriend. She was the girlfriend of that guy when she was a minor, and then he went to prison for it. But we will watch that. And don't be shy about reminding me again, but I don't think you'll have to, because I think I'll remember. Which KOURI one? Which KOURI one what? The video it's an old video. I think it's just like a, you know, I think it's in a playlist of KOURI and Wendy and Lori, all names that end with I. Coincidence? I don't think so, people. Don't get cutesy with your kids' names because they end up being murderers. Just saying. Okay. Boom Shiki says, you know you have a true crime significant other when you ask them, do you like reindeers? And they are all, yes, but I hated the series. She's cut something off. Always makes me think, yeah, Lorena Bobbitt is a queen as far as I'm concerned. And nothing I heard from or learned about John Wayne Bobbitt, was that his first name, has convinced me otherwise. Clenny goes on trial April 27th. Okay, all right, so that'll be probably the next one. I mean, others will come up, but this was a fun one to watch. I didn't last more than 2 days on Brian Walsh. I was out. Yeah, I think I also would have not. I think I could have. I mean, Chandler Halderson, of course, from our perspective, is nothing great, but at that age, he probably had some kind of charm, I guess. I don't know. It's very hard to say. Also, it didn't take much back then, you know? Oh, it's the favorite that I've done is just, it's KOURI Richins. I think it's one of my earlier videos, if you go by, you know, the oldest, just her stupid head in pink. I think Hear Me Out will be doing a recap of Shame later, would be my guess. She's probably got a lot to complain about, even though not much happened. Welcome back, Carolina. John Wayne Bobbitt, John Wayne Gacy, maybe we table that name for now. Yeah, it's enough, right? I mean, I get the John Wayne that inspired it all, fine. But leave it there. The woman who decapitated her husband was Devin. He was her boyfriend. And I'm sorry, she decapitated her husband and then she married her stepson. But before all that, she was the girlfriend of Monica Cementelli, or whatever her last name is, lover. And then he went to prison because she was a minor at the time. So, yeah. She was nice looking too. But crazy, I think. Obviously, I mean. Yeah, tragedies. Exactly. I think the Bobbitt thing was in the 80s, yeah. Or 1993. That's what I meant. Yeah, Nevada. I'm so glad if we had the internet during the time of Bobbitt. Oh my God, can you imagine? And the Long Island Lolita. I mean, that's when they made. That's when there were good trials. Those were the days. 1989. Okay. Should businesses? Yeah, it's not that great a watch though. I feel like from what I remember, like she's crazy for sure, but that was kind of an open and shut. No. Yeah, me too, Aunt Trishy. That's the thing about the Brian Walsh. Not only was that trial boring, but I hate looking at him. And his mother was there, and she looks just like him. I was like, this is an assault on my eyes. Devin Michael, right? Thank you, James Booth. Hi, good to see you. Do you mean that woman who killed the abusive husband and kept his body in a bedroom of the house? No. I don't remember her. I'm not sure about that case, actually. Oh, do you remember? Not do you mean? I don't remember that. That sounds horrible. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna have to cover Clinic. Come on. She's Sarah Boone too, Electric Boogaloo. I mean, it's a very, to me, I don't know, I mean, we haven't seen that much, nobody is going to give us as much footage as Sarah Boone did, but, or be as tone deaf. I mean, Courtney Clenny had a personality that, she was an influencer, OnlyFans or whatever else she was doing, but, Kim called us behind again, just saw Corey waive her right to testify. Wow. She was so up the creek, but that's true no matter what, yeah. Yeah, Anders, that was not a good situation. Should business put her boyfriend's head in a bucket, and his mother found that. But even should business, when they talked about her baby, because of course she had to have a child, had to. During that trial, she cried. Even she is more of a human being than Sarah Boone. I know I'm a broken record, but I'm always going to go back to that because Sarah Boone is just so fucking horrible. I just can't get over it. Ever. You guys remember the case you're referring to is the infamous 1992 shooting of Mary Jo Botafuco. Yes, by 17. Are you using AI again? 17-year-old Amy Fisher, on the front porch of the Botafuco home in Massapequa, New York. Of course I remember it. I mean, wow. And it's not obviously not funny. But she lived. And she's a very smart woman, I have to say. I have to give her mad props because if you've ever seen any interviews with her, I find her to be incredibly intelligent. There's a whole cast of characters in that case that, what he looked like. Remember he wore those stupid pants? I mean, that was the least of it, but... And Amy Fisher is also doing something kind of disgusting now. I don't know if she's doing pornography or what, but that was a crazy... She got shot in the head and lived. And she was really, suffering for a while there. Obviously. Yeah, Botafuco. You mean the name makes you laugh, ADB? Also, he's such a cat. he's... Yeah, and Amy Fisher was not easy to look at either, if memory serves. Oh, really? Auntie Amy Botafuco's daughter, Jessie, went on to host a really amusing podcast. I know I've seen their daughter, but I don't remember much about her. Oh, is Kim Calta saying that? Kim Calta says, I wish I could have seen Hear Me Out's reaction. I wish I was with him. I was with him, though. I thought she had to testify. Yeah, technically maybe she had to, but that doesn't seem to ever really, hold up. We will never get over Sarah. No, we won't. We can't. That's how we feel. Can you imagine how the Torres family feels? Or Brian? Totally off topic, but I witnessed a minor incident of a plane passenger acting badly on my flight to New York on Monday. Reminded me of YouTube videos. My flight to London today was uneventful. Good. I didn't know you were traveling, Kitten Pusher. That's fun. Love London. One of us lives in London. It might be... It's not Charles. Maybe it is. Yeah, it might be trifling. Yeah, she business had a baby before she decided to put someone's head in a bucket while on meth. Whilst indulging in meth. Yeah. Yeah, WrestleMania, that is what she screamed, right? Oh, shit. As soon as I stop, I really have to figure out a way to put like a constant reminder on the screen for all messages. Oh, Deborah Rockhill. Welcome back. They are done for the day. Next, the state rested. The defense took an hour break and then rested also. KOURI said that she, I guess, whatever, made the statement that she was waiving her right to testify. And next week will be closing arguments. How do you like that? Basically, the defense wasted the last week on nothing. Literally. Yeah, well, they had to... Anders says, yes, they put your business in a Hannibal Lecter-like wheelbarrow after her attack on the defense attorney. Yeah. Taylor Business was... they made that entire line of criminal and inmate and defendant apparel for her. And they may have added a few since. She wore the spit mask. She wore, I mean, wheelbarrow. Oh my God. And it's not funny because, I mean, it's not funny, obviously. But, you know. They gave show business 2 tries, yeah. And that attorney I think she's still using that attorney because she keeps getting in trouble. Shocker. When is Sarah Boone going to get in trouble and have another little trial? She's not, but Sarah Boone is not, other than when she's physically abusing someone specific, she does not, and I mean, I don't know actually, but she behaves herself in the traditional sense. Like she doesn't do, she wouldn't have an outburst in court or anything. Yeah, Billie Jean. I mean, I found the trial to be, it was okay, but her character in general is really something. Yeah, me too, Jackie. The Hannibal Lecter, like, wheelbarrow is taking me out. Yeah. Michelle Carter, is that the girl who, is that the girl who was texting the boy who wanted to end his life? And that's what the name comes to me as. Let me see what Nicole, oh, so is Nicole up to date now? Yeah. Nicole has a 6-month-old kitten, first of all, adorable, who attacks my legs like some gorilla demon. And when she does it, I always shout out, WrestleMania. I really want to, Winter Lake says, I really want to know what Brian's family thinks of Sarah from when they first were married. Yeah, me too. I'm feeling that Sarah was a slow burn with her. She started out somewhat normal, seemingly. Oh, yes. Right, Michael. Sorry, I'm scrolling up. I'm reading backwards, of course. How about the Massachusetts case where the girl talked her boyfriend into himself so she could get sympathy? That was Michelle. That's who I thought you were talking about. And that is a really interesting case, and she is so fucking horrible. And I mean, I don't know. She was a kid at the time, but I hope someone's keeping a very close eye on her. Just because she'll be a pain in the ass, if nothing else. Kitten Pusher asks, would anyone like to rewatch Depp versus Heard? I still haven't seen it. I've seen parts of it. I was not interested in it because I don't care about celebrities, but people were talking about it so much and it went on for so long that finally I was like, all right, well, there's nothing else to watch. And it really didn't disappoint. It was pretty good, but it was from what I remember, to me, it seemed like a long trial. So I don't know. Also, I just hate her so much. I hated that trial because I hated her so much, and I like him. I liked him more after that, but I always had a feeling he was a decent person, better than her. I don't know anything about her, but I think I scrolled all the way back up. Yeah, I think Hear Me Out is going to lose his mind. I texted with him briefly just to gloat a little bit, obviously, because I'm not above that. He says, worst day ever. And he's right. And honestly, the most on-brand move for this defense team. They said they had up to 100 witnesses, and they do jack all. exactly what our sentiment was. I mean, just, I hate that too. I hate that feeling in general. Like, you know, when somebody's builds something up and that's just, they were just, because they're liars. That's what they are. They're dirty liars. Oh, Jackie found the Depp Heard case trial pretty boring. Interesting. I mean, her attorneys were horrible. That was amusing. But I think it's the kind of thing that would have to be like boiled down to the funny part, the good parts. And nobody died, which makes it more fun to, you know, watch. Oh, that Depp and Heard is how you first showed a true crime loser. That's funny. Oh, good, Miyagi. Yeah, to her, I thought it was a woman, the attorney that objected to her own question. Okay, Deb. You're not going to watch the closings, though? Well, they're going to come to a verdict next week, right? Right after the closings. The sentencing might take a while. What's interesting is that since they rested, I'm more nervous about the outcome. Like, it's just amazing how this defense team is so terrible that doing less to the point of nothing is more effective. I didn't see the whole Depp Heard either. Like I said, I got there late because it was the only thing on. So let's watch one more body cam and then we'll call it a day. Is that good? I mean, right? If I can figure out how to do that. This is traffic stop turns into woman's worst nightmare, and A to B's caption was just try to keep up with this woman's excuses. It's amazing how many of these there are. Let's do this.
License?
I think the officer kept it.
Stop.
I don't have anything on me. I've done told you that.
Make sure of that.
Well, stop grabbing my crotch. I didn't do anything.
Get in the car.
I didn't do anything.
Get in the car. You're gonna get sprayed again. Get.
Please stop.
On February 13th, 2023, an officer conducted a traffic stop on a woman with expired vehicle tags. After coming to a stop, she immediately got out of the vehicle and started acting strange. She was identified as Ashley.
Ma'am, why are you getting out of the car? Okay.
And it's easier this way.
Okay. Well, here, let's.
Sorry.
No. Do you have any ID on you?
Not on me, sir. In the car, I do.
Okay, so I'm Officer Newman. The reason I'm stopping you is for the registration.
Let me try to center this. Well, that must be a sign, because now I have to reconfigure this whole thing. We'll have to watch that next time, because I don't want to make you sit while I'm trying to center this. And oh, hey, Derek. Yeah, I know, Carolina. I don't know, something happened that it just got all messed up. Well, Derek and I were right. We both said she was not going to testify. I don't know where Hear Me Out is, but obviously not here. He's pissed. This is very artsy. I was trying some stuff out. Glad you liked it. All right, guys. But guys, I'm hoping that Hear Me Out is going to do something later so we can all hang out. And if not, I'll do something tomorrow, midday or whatever. Some body cams and stuff. Thank you for being here with me. Yeah, Corey's not going to testify. The defense is not going to put on a defense. Yeah, I know, it's shocking. It is shocking. I didn't see that one coming either. I mean, I didn't think she was going to testify. I know you didn't either, but in case I wasn't sure, the fact that he was convinced drove it home. Although Robin also thought that she would, and that's where I was like, well, maybe it's possible, but. Thank you, Anders. Thank you, guys. I will see you very soon.